Hallelujah. Takwados, Shemeka Kwados, Baruch Shemeka Olam Maye. When Shalom B'nai Israel, El Shabbat La Asot, El Shabbat Le Doro Tam B'nai Olam. B'nai B'nai Israel, Oti L'Olam. Ki Sheshet Ami Masad El Shaddai Wa Shamayim. When Ta'alet Ubayom Ashvi, Shabbat Wa Inafash. Baruch Shemeka, Baruch Yemeneka, Baruch Toyateka, Baruch Kushateka. El Shaddai Malek, El Shaddai Malak, El Shaddai Imlok L'Olam Maye. Baruch Shem Kabor Makuto L'Olam Maye. Baruch Kabor Lohim Min Kumo Malek Elyon. Hallelujah. L'Olam Maye. First of all, I'd like to give all honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, and revered God, the Most High God, who bestows loving kindness, possesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who will by no means clear the guilty, visiting iniquities of fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High's work is perfect, for all his ways of justice, a God of faithfulness, and without iniquity, just and right is he. You may be seated. Giving due respect and honor to a head in Israel. My father, Chief of Chief Eleazar, to the chiefmen, princes, brothers and sisters, I say unto you the tongue of my forefathers. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
Back again for another holy Shabbat day. Shabbat. When you look it up in the Hebrew, it means general strike, work stoppage, to cease, to stop. General strike. Everything's on a halt. Whatever needed to be done should have been done from Friday before the sunset. Whatever had to been prepared should have been prepared from Friday before sunset. Whatever had to been arranged and set up should have been arranged and set up from Friday before sunset. When God say a day ends and begins, from evening to evening shall you celebrate your Shabbats. So the day ends at evening, begins at evening, and it ends at evening. We don't have to figure nothing out. There's nothing to figure out, my brother, my sisters, my people. There's nothing to figure out. God already figured it out for us already. But you know what's the problem? Because we have loaned our heart to folly. Because we have followed after the stubbornness of our own heart. That is the reason why God has clouded your judgment, and we come up with ideas and opinions and ands and ifs and buts about when the day begins. Now you have people that want to start the Shabbat at 12 in 12 midnight. Now you have people that start having Shabbats Saturday morning. Why? Because we're doing things in our daily life that causes us to go contrary from God. So when we go contrary from God, there goes the bridle, like it mentioned in Isaiah. God has put the bridle in your mouth and stirred you towards and leading you towards the path of iniquity and sin.
That's right.
He's leading you there. God is the one that's leading you towards that dark, crowded path. Not a lonely path, but a crowded path. That lonely path is the path that I want to go on. That lonely path is the path that every so often you see a traveler, you see someone like you that thinks like you, walks like you, and following after God the same way you're following. I don't want to be in that crowded path. That's the world. That's that heathenistic world that everybody think the same. Everybody move the same. They have what you call, like the brother just said, general view. But when you follow these laws, commandments, and statutes, you don't think like them. You don't move like them. There's nothing that you do is the same like them.
That's right.
I want to be on that lonely path.
That's right.
Huh? I want to be on that lonely path. Following after God, where in that path you only see a traveler. The grain of evil seed was sown in the heart of man. You want to hear what Ezra said? Huh? Look what he said. He said, I answered then and said, this is my first and last saying, that it had been better not to have given the earth unto Adam, or else when it was given him to have restrained them from sinning. Ezra asked God that. He said, oh Lord God, why didn't you stop him? Huh? You know why God didn't stop him? You know why God don't stop you? You know why God don't stop us? Because he wants a willing heart.
That's right.
He wants a willing heart.
That's right.
I don't want you doing this because I stopped you, because I'm forcing you. Show me that you want this by pushing up on the laws and the commandments of God on your own accord. God deals with choices. So God put choices in front of our faces, in front of our faces, and make you decide what life you want to live. That's why you will never know what your child chooses until they get older. Until they get older, now you will see what life they had chosen to walk in. But I don't know that now because they're babies, they're kids, they're children, and they have to follow after and do according to what their parents tell them to do. Okay? He said, oh, thou Adam, what hast thou done? He said, for what profit is it for men now in this present time to live in heaviness, stress, aggravation, and after death to look for punishment? I said, after death, look for punishment. That's what we're destined for. That's what's waiting for us. We don't know where the spirit goes because God has not revealed that to us. But you best to know that according to your lifestyle that you have lived on this current day, you're gonna pay for whatever you have done that was contrary to God. Look for punishment. Look for punishment.
That's right.
Okay? He said, oh, thou Adam, what hast thou done? For though it was thou that sinned. He said, you violated, you sinned. Thou art not fallen alone, but we all that come of thee.
Right.
You took the world with you. You have the world has fallen because of one man's decision, because of what one man did. He said, for what profit is it unto us that be promised us an immortal time, whereas we have done the works that brings death? Whereas we have done the works that brings death. What are the works that bring death? The works that brings death is when we go against and contrary from what God says. God said, thou shalt, you go against it. God said, thou shalt not, you go against it. Why? Because according to the stubbornness of your own heart, you don't agree with it. You don't agree with it, which means you don't agree with God. He said, and that there is promised us an everlasting hope, whereas ourselves being most wicked are made vain. Vanity being made vain and pride gets in the way of you serving God. Vanity and pride gets in the way of you serving God. You can't serve God being vain and proud. For while we lived and committed iniquity, we consider not that we should begin to suffer for it after death. When we violate these commandments, put it in your mind that we're going to have to pay for this. Sooner or later, we're going to have to pay for every deed that we had done that was against God. Okay? He said, then answered he me and said, this is the condition of the battle. What battle? Battle between yourself. Battle between you and that which is within you. Okay? It say, this is the condition of the battle, which man that is born upon the earth shall fight. That if he be overcome, he shall suffer as thou hast said. Right? But if he get the victory, he shall receive the things that I say. For this is the life whereof Moses spake unto the people while he lived, saying, choose thee life, that thou mayest live. Nevertheless, they believed not him, nor yet the prophet after him. No, nor me, which has spoken unto them. And upon those also that turned to his laws, and that he is patient and long suffereth those that have sinned as his creatures, and that he is bountiful, for he is ready to give where needed, and that he is of great mercy, for he multiplied more and more mercies to them that are present and that are past, and also to them which are to come. For if he shall not multiply his mercy, the world will not continue with them that inherit it. Everything gonna die. If God don't multiply his mercy, everything dies. Everything dies. Let's go into Deuteronomy chapter 25. Deuteronomy chapter 25. Got it?
Got it. Deuteronomy chapter 25. If there be a controversy between men, and they come unto judgment, that the judges may judge them, then they shall justify the righteous and condemn the wicked.
So if there be a controversy, an argument, a strife, right, between men, and they come unto judgment, which means these controversies was controversies that was able to be judged by elders. Right. They didn't argue and strive over things that didn't hold no value, that could not be judged by the judge. You understand? So he said, you shall what? Justify the righteous and condemn the wicked. To condemn the wicked, right? To indicate strong disapproval of. Let it be known that it's against God. You can't keep quiet. Why do we keep quiet when someone is wrong? Why do we side with people that are wrong? Why? Because when God said to condemn the wicked. That's right. When you don't condemn the things that God condemned, then you're siding with it.
That's right.
To indicate strong disapproval of. To indicate means to point out or show the person where he or she went wrong. That's right. That is your job. That's right. To point out a person's faults. Right. Show them where they went wrong at with God. Yeah. Huh? Yes, I can't keep quiet. That's right. I have to open the book and show you, listen, brother, this is where you went wrong. Blah, 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 read. That's where you messed up at. It's not for you to keep quiet and side with people that is against your God.
Yeah.
Okay? Go ahead, Tom C.
Verse 2. And it shall be, if the wicked man be worthy to be beaten.
If the wicked man be what?
Worthy
to be beaten.
That the judge shall cause him to lie down.
That the judge shall cause him to lie down.
And to be beaten before his face.
And to be beaten before his face.
According to his fault.
According to his fault.
By a certain number.
By a certain number. Okay? A certain number could be any number. But what number he did give us was not to exceed. So whatever number you decide to give this person is all good. Just don't exceed a certain amount of stripes. Go ahead.
40 stripes he may
40
give him.
stripes he may give him.
And not exceed.
And not exceed.
Lest if he should exceed.
And
beat him above these.
With
many stripes.
Then
thy brother should seem vile.
Okay, so there are things that we can do to seem vile in the eyes of people. Right. There are things that we can do that we can seem vile and merciless and without compassion and not kind in the sight of people.
Yeah.
We can do things and we can say things to have people view us
That's right.
in that order.
That's
So
right.
now the word vile is nikle or nikle, right? Nikle, it means base. Base means what? Mean spirited.
Mm.
You know what mean spirit is? Feeling or showing a cruel desire to cause pain or harm. We wasn't like this. Our forefathers wasn't like this. But yet we have people with this cruel desire to cause harm and pain on people. Notice that our forefathers didn't torture nobody. You notice that, right? It's either they killed you, or they made you a tributary, or you worked for them, but they ain't take you and punish you like they did to my forefather Samson. When they took Samson, they made him a mocking stock, grinded him, and made him a mock. We didn't do things like that. No, they didn't make you a eunuch. It's either they killed you or that was it. They didn't dismember you.
No.
The nations did that.
Yes.
They did that to
That
us.
was their man.
Cut our head off and played soccer with our heads. The Xmas tree was decorated with body parts. With body parts. Tom Sheet. Now hold up. He said, notice that our forefathers didn't torture nobody. It's either they was going to kill you or you became tributaries. Right? One of the examples, Hannah and her 7 sons. The transatlantic slave trade. King Zedekiah. Go ahead, read.
Thou shalt not muzzle the ox when he treaded out the corn.
Thou shalt not muzzle the ox when he treaded out the corn. These laws teaches us to have a heart. And the things that we do will indicate if you have a heart.
Right.
So that's why God is teaching us to have a heart. He said, these people have a heart of stone. We started doing things contrary from what God said. And everything that God commanded us to do, it will indicate some type of change in you. It will indicate and show that you do have a heart of flesh.
Yeah.
A person with a heart of flesh not going to do and say certain things because I'm considering you.
Yeah.
I'm considering how you going to feel if I did this. I'm considering how you going to feel if I said this.
Yeah.
God said, don't muzzle the ox when you tread out the corn. You're working them already.
Yeah.
At least you can let him eat.
That's how you eat.
At least you can let him eat while he's working. He's already working. This ain't the slave plantation where they put us in the field to pick cotton, and you better not go to the water. Boss man, water, please, boss man. And it's come to his decision whether he want to give you water or not. No, Charlie, continue working and picking that cotton.
No water.
No water. Next thing, Charlie falls out.
Okay.
They still don't give Charlie no water.
Tell them, get up.
They pick Charlie and whip him. Get up, Charlie. The other slaves looking at me. Charlie, get up. Get up, Charlie. Get up. Charlie almost fall out trying to get up. These are the things that God put us through, man.
That's right.
I said, these are the things that God has put us through because we disregarded the laws that give life. These are the things that give life. Most of our trials and tribulations are tests and trials and tribulations that God put you through so that he can see your ferventness.
That's right.
Whatever God is putting you through in life, get stronger with God. Get stronger. Use that for strength to push up on the laws and the commandments of God. He put me in this situation. He said, okay, I'm going to show you that I ain't going to bend. Oh, Lord, I'm going to push up more on your laws, on your commandments, on your statutes. so that you could be my strength in this situation.
Right.
And that's who we lay the burden on. We lay the burden on God, man. Stop sitting down crying and feeling sorry for yourself. Push up on God and his laws. Start doing things that you haven't done. Start reading the law and seek out the law for to do them. Oh, I ain't doing this. I need to start doing this, and let me get more information on this law. Basically, know who you're calling. Know who you're gonna call for information concerning these laws, because a lot of people add on. A lot of people add on and take away from the laws and the commandments of God to suit them. Talk about the situation that we was in. God did not say according to the situation that you're in. He said, do it. He gave us the law. Do it. You have to fit yourself in that situation. In God's situation, so that you can fulfill these laws. You gotta fit yourself in that. Go ahead.
Verse 5. If brethren dwell together.
If brethren dwell together.
And one of them die.
And one of them die.
And have no child.
And have no child.
The wife of the dead shall not marry without.
Okay. A lot of people, even Israelites, don't agree with that.
No.
I said Israelites don't agree with these laws. Because they feel that's nasty. Because I already had children for his brother, and the brother died. So now, because they lived together, God said that you have to, the next brother, no, she ain't had no children. Okay? She's childless. She don't even have a son to continue her dead husband's name. So now the law says that she has to marry into the brother next in line to raise up seed for her dead husband. A lot of women ain't gonna do that. They feel it's nasty. I don't have no emotion and no feelings. So forget about your feelings and your emotions. You are accomplishing the laws of God. God said you have to do this to raise up seed for your dead. He said she cannot marry without. She can't marry without. That's why Tamar went and dressed up as a harlot. See, harlots back then had more shame with them. Even the harlots that were harlots, you ain't gonna know if she was who she was, because she covered her face with a veil. She covered her face with a veil and wrapped herself. Those are called saris. Okay? So when she did that, her only intentions was to wait on Judah. She wasn't hollering and looking for nobody. Waiting for Judah. So when Judah came, he came to her. God led him to her. There was so many other harlots there, but he was led to the right woman. This particular woman. See, the daughters of Israel, God prohibits us and told us not to make whores of the daughters of Israel. So all the whores that we read about were not of the Israelites' daughters. They were not. They were of other nations. They was of other nations. Go ahead, read. If brethren dwell together and one of them die, read.
And have no child.
And have no child.
The wife of the dead shall not marry without.
The wife of the dead shall not marry without unto a stranger.
Her husband's brother.
Her husband's brother shall go in unto her.
And take her to him to
take
wife.
Her to him to wife.
And perform the duty of a husband's brother unto her.
So now, after Onan realized that he had to raise up seed for his dead brother, he went into the woman, and when he was about to ejaculate, he pulled out and corrupted the seed and spilled it on the ground. After he did that, God killed him. God killed him. God said he was evil. You're evil for that. He killed him because he said he should raise up seed for his brother. He didn't want to do that. He knew that the seed was not going to be his. That's called selfish. That's called being selfish. You cannot serve God being selfish. You have to be selfless. And Onan was not selfless. He thought about himself in this particular situation. The seed ain't mine. I ain't doing it. What about your brother? What about raising up seed for your dead brother? Yeah, it ain't yours, but you're fulfilling the command of God.
Can't be selfish.
Huh? Can't be selfish and do these laws.
Right.
Always got to think about others.
That's right.
And how they feel.
That's right.
If I said this, how they feel
Right.
if I did this. Tom She.
Verse 6.
Verse
And
6.
it shall be that the firstborn which she buried shall succeed in the name of his brother, which is dead, that his name be not put out of Israel. And if the man like not to take his brother's wife, then let his brother's wife go up to the gate unto the elders and say.
And if the man like not to take his brother's wife,
then let his brother's wife go up to the gate unto the elders and say, my husband's brother refuseth to raise up unto his brother a name in Israel. He will not perform the duty of my husband's brother. Then the elders of his city shall call him and speak unto him, and if he stand to it,
the elders of the city gonna come and talk to him, to talk some type of sense in him. Right? Go ahead.
Then the elders of his city shall call him and speak unto him.
Then the elders of the city shall call him and speak unto him.
And if he stand to it,
and if he stand to it,
and say, I like not to take her.
Man, I don't want her. I like not to take her.
Do
I'm in Deuteronomy chapter 25, verse 9. Okay.
Then shall his brother's wife come unto him in the presence of the
elders,
and loose his shoe
from off his feet,
and spit in his face.
And
shall answer and say, so shall it be done unto the man that will not build up his brother's house.
You hear with that? You hear that? The man that refused to build up his brother's house. God said, loose his shoe, right? And spit in his face. And he shall be called the house of the shoe loose. That was a handle that you wouldn't want pinned on you. Because when you get certain handles and certain titles pinned on you, nobody is going to want to deal with you. No, I'm not going to want to marry my daughter off to you because you disregard God. And you have shown that you have disregarded the laws of God for your own benefit. For your own benefit, because it doesn't suit good with you. It comes a point in time when we have to put ourselves aside and how we feel aside for the sake of fulfilling the laws, commandments, and statutes of God.
That's right.
So when we read these laws, no, you're not going to agree with everything that you read here.
Right.
But just know that these are the things that God agrees with. And you have to train yourself to agree with these laws because these are the things that's going to make you holy.
That's right.
These are the things that's going to cause you to set yourself aside. Wait a minute. By me fulfilling these laws, automatically you're going to separate yourself. Next thing, you start choosing your friends. Next thing, you start choosing who you walk with. Next thing, you start choosing who you sleep with. Next thing, you start separating yourself automatically because you're doing and you're living in a certain manner that's going to cause you to separate yourself automatically. See, certain things we do in our life would cause us to move in a certain manner. Okay? Certain things that we do that is ungodly would cause us to move in a certain manner. Now, analyze how you're moving and then correlate it with what God said. See if it matches.
Okay.
Then you will know, well, I'm doing something right. Because ain't nobody told me to stop hanging with dog downstairs. With Ace, with this guy, with this dude. By me fulfilling certain laws, that popped in my head and told me that I need to separate myself. I can't hang with you Joe Smo.
That's right.
Oh, let's go to a restaurant. No, I don't want to go to a restaurant. Joe Smo.
Right. Right.
Because I have separated myself to the service of God
That's me.
by fulfilling the commandments.
Yeah.
But you're not going to get those ideas, Chief Malak, if you wasn't fulfilling
That's
certain
right.
laws in these books.
Yeah. That's right.
Understand what I'm telling you. It's all a domino effect. The righteous and godly ideas is not going to pop in your head to fulfill before God if you wasn't fulfilling plan A, plan B, plan C, plan D, and you made your mind up to fulfill those laws that you knew before. So now God is giving you a kick. He's giving you a boost. He said, okay, now I see. Before you wasn't, you was in limbo, but you had finally made your mind up.
Yeah.
So now I'm gonna give you a little push there. I'm gonna put these thoughts in your head now. And let me see what you do with this little push. And let me see what you do with these little thoughts that I done put and formulate in your mind.
Yeah.
Those was godly thoughts.
That's right.
Godly actions.
That's right.
Okay? Tom C.
Verse 10.
Verse 10.
And his name shall be called in Israel the house of him that hath his shoe loose.
Uh-huh.
Verse 11.
Verse
when
11.
men strive together.
When men strive together.
One with another.
Mm-hmm.
And the wife of the one draweth near.
Now, we are not talking about these heathenistic nations.
No.
That's right.
There is going to come a time where two brothers lock in.
Mm-hmm.
He said, when men strive together, it happens. Because this is called the book of life. And this book covers everything that happens in life.
Right.
There is nothing that this book don't have an answer to.
Right.
Okay? He said, when men strive together, one with another,
And
read.
the wife of the one draweth near.
The wife of the one draws near. Because a wife, listen, that's my husband. That's my man. And if he fighting, I'm about to jump in that.
Get out my mouth here.
I'm about to jump in that. Because that's my man. Go ahead.
And the wife of the one draweth near for to deliver her husband out of the hand of him that smiteth him.
It ain't saying you can't help him, but just don't do that. Don't draw near and grab me by my secret parts. Don't do that.
Just say,
Muscle
get
over
over
the head.
man.
Don't do that.
Shoot him.
Okay? And put it forth her hand and take him by the secret. Once you grab those secrets, everything stops.
It's over.
Oh, yeah.
It's like a pause. You frozen.
It's over.
That's it. Oh, what you done got there? Those are the sensitive part of man that will stop everything. You start pleading, you start crying out, and you do anything that she tells you to do once she grab you from the pendulum. Okay, go ahead.
Then
What
shalt
God
thou
said
cut
to
off
do.
her hand.
Then thou shalt cut off her hand.
Thine eye shall not pity her.
God tell us what to feel sorry for.
Okay.
God tell us what to have mercy for. God tell us what to be sorrowful for. He said, if this woman grab you from your secret parts, the Lord says to cut her hand off. Don't pity her. Don't pity her. Don't feel sorry, because we got to make an example so that Lucille, Mary, and Joanne don't grab him by his pendulum. You seen what happened to Rebecca? She done went and grabbed him and they cut her hand off. No begging could. You can't pay. Nothing could save her.
No retrieve.
There's no retrieve from that. There was actions for our penalties.
That's right.
It was judgments and actions according to your penalties. Okay? Go ahead.
Verse 13.
Verse 13.
Thou shalt not have in thy bag diverse weights, a great and a small.
You know what diverse weights is? Diverse weights are fake weights, tricky scales. Diverse weights is when you have a 10-pound weight, but it ain't really 10 pounds. It's 5 pounds, but it says 10 pounds. So when you weigh 10 pounds, the person is literally getting 5 pounds, and you're coming up.
Getting double.
You're coming up because you're paying a person, and the person, you're charging the person for 10 pounds when it should be charged for 5 pounds. God said we shouldn't have in our houses. We shouldn't have divers weights. Okay, go ahead.
Thou shalt not have in thine house divers measures, a great and a small.
Hey, we shouldn't even have it in our houses.
Right.
The things that God despises and hate and abominate, we should not have it or allow it in our houses.
Right.
So if it's unclean, it's nothing about, oh, I don't eat it. I don't eat it. He's eating it or she's eating it. I'm just letting her come around to it. Huh? No, God already said to put your foot down, Israel. God already said, he said, follow Abraham. And Abraham commanded his house after him. So if Abraham's mindset is to follow God, believe me, Isha, you will follow God. And you're going to do according to the mindset, to my mindset, which is God's mindset. So no, you can't come in here with pants no more. No, you can't go to your parents' house during their festive occasions. Because I don't go there. To my parents' house, we're following God. So we have to learn that we have to command our household after God. After the commandments of God. Do not allow your children, your wife, your uncle, your cousins, your family to change you. You can't allow these people to change your mindset.
That's right.
Huh? Because your dedication is to God. It's to the Most High, the Eternal One. So no, my aunts and uncle can't change this. Can't change this. It even goes down to your parents. You know why I said that? Because there came a point in time where a man had to fire his mother for bringing in a monstrous idol. He said, Mama, I'm sorry, Mama, but I gotta fire you for being queen. I gotta fire you for being queen. I'm gonna take that monstrous idol and that gargoyle that you done created and made, and I'm gonna break it up and destroy it. That gotta go. You can't be queen no more, Mama. You can't be queen no more. Oh, but she got but the honor goes to God first.
Yeah.
I said the honor goes to God first.
Right.
Respectfully.
That's right.
Don't disrespect and dishonor your parents. I'm not saying that.
That's right.
Do not disrespect and honor your
That's
parents.
right.
But
That's
sit
right.
your parents down if you truly believe in these words that's coming out of this book.
Okay.
Mama, Papa, my husband is not forcing me to do this. Mama, Papa, my husband is not forcing me to live this way. Mama, Papa, I have chosen to change my life and live this way.
Yeah.
Mama,
Sure.
Papa, I will gladly accept. And why do parents can accept their child being liking women? Why parents can accept their son liking men, but as soon as they chose to serve God, is a problem. As soon as they chose to live their life according to what's in the Bible, it's a problem. They have accepted the New Testament. They have accepted the New Testament, and if I was in the church, you wouldn't have a problem.
Right.
But now I told you that I'm following the Old Testament. Torah only. You better put Torah only, because now we have Israelites that believe in the guy on the cross.
Yeah.
Most Israelites do.
They said he's the Moshiach and he's coming back.
Most Israelites in the
They
world.
said that the book refers and said that he's black and he's bronze and all this foolishness.
Yeah.
And they will accept you in your foolishness. But as soon as you say, Mama, I can't do that on Saturday no more. Because God said that I should observe the Shabbat day. And the Shabbat comes on the seventh day of the week. On all your calendars, it has Saturday as the seventh day.
Right.
But now, people with their erroneous ideas have said, how do you know the seventh day is on Saturday? Evil people with these evil and atrocious thoughts,
Yeah.
have conjured up in their mind that the Shabbat day comes on different days. So now that some days they have to observe the Shabbat on Wednesday. And they got these bogus calendars. I'm going to follow a calendar that God gave me. I'm sorry. God has given us this calendar, and this is what I'm going to stick to, and this is how far I've gotten. It's the closest thing. We're never going to get nothing right. But I do know, the first day is the first day. I do know how to count. And I do know the second day is the second day. And I do know the third day is the third day. Yeah. And I'm going to continue counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And whatever day falls on 7, I'm shutting it down.
Right.
You want to shut it down on any other days, then that's your choice. This is your God-given right to choose what the hell you want to do. Choose what you want to do. By all means. But get away from me when you have chose anything other than this.
That's right.
Get away from me. Because I don't want God to tell me that I agree with your foolishness.
Right.
I don't agree with nothing you do, man, if it's against what God said.
All fact.
I don't agree with nothing you do if it's against these laws.
That's right.
All facts. All
And I don't have to accept it. I don't have to tolerate it. I don't even accept my children going against this.
That's right.
I love them. I cherish them.
That's right.
Yeah, I love them. God told Abraham, he said, take your son. He said, your only son. Now, mind you, why you say your only son? He got Ishmael. But at that point in time, Ishmael gone. God told him to get rid of him. He said, listen to the voice of your wife, Sarah. She has spoken some wisdom. He said, get him and his mother away. You know, after that, Abraham said, man, the thing seemed what? It was happy to Abraham. Abraham didn't want to get rid. Huh? Abraham didn't want to get rid of his own son. Huh? Brother said, the moon is the calendar God gave you. Ain't no Saturday in Scripture. All right, forget about Saturday, brother. All right, Ron Tupo, or Ron, whatever your name is. Forget about Saturday. You're right. There is no Saturday. Saturday is come from the word Saturn. Saturnalia. Yeah. All these names comes after Greek gods, which we shouldn't be naming these names.
That's right.
Okay? But I do know the seventh day falls on today.
Yeah.
And whatever calendar you have, you count. Again, if you do know how to count, if you finish public school, you'll know how to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah. It's the tape crack. Doo, doo, doo. Yeah. You know how to count? Count up to 7. And this is the day that I will ordain and observe the day. Stop, please, for God's sake. Stop coming up with these various days.
Moon worship.
You want to celebrate and ordain the Sabbath day.
Moon worship. On
Wednesday. I'm using Wednesday just to show you what day, but Wednesday is not the seventh day. The seventh day is stable. It don't change.
That's right.
7 don't change.
That's right.
I said don't change.
That's
Why
right.
you change the seventh day from the first day? Like you Emperor Roman Constantine changed the original day of worship. Now you are following after Pentecostal and Christian ideas. Now you want to change God's day. Yeah. Count up to 7 days. Yeah. Man. I said count up to 7 days. And when you count 7 days, that's the day that you shut it down.
That's right.
Simple, man.
That's right.
Yo, man,
Moon worship.
for God's sake, man, why we make things so blasted hard? Why, man?
Worship the moon.
Why? Yo, yeah, man, listen.
Yeah.
I'm starting to get on my forefather. You people are starting to really aggravate me.
Yeah.
Pick this up and throw it on me, man. Yo,
Yeah, talk
Look,
about
man.
it, bro. Moon worship.
look. Yo, this is the book. You know what's in here? Is the book. You know what's here? Gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, facts.
Gone. The book is life. This is death.
Dead facts.
Yeah.
Yo, man, stop playing, man. I'm getting really aggravated with these. Yo, man.
Yeah, talk about it. Talk about it, man.
Why we have to make things so hard, man?
Big stuff, bro.
Golly, man. Count 7 days. It wasn't based off no moon. If you keep coming up with these erroneous ideas, I'm going to block you, all right, Ron? Wait. No more. Do not come on my
Listen and
channel.
learn, listen and
Do
learn.
not come on my channel and go against the teachings.
That's right.
The teachings, I don't study off the side of my head,
Talk about it.
okay? Do not come on the channel and say your own ideas, okay?
Or you will get blocked.
Or I'm going to block you.
Point blank. Roll on.
Because I know what I'm talking about.
Facts.
Yeah.
Facts.
All
Yeah.
right, Ron Torah?
Yeah, don't do it no more.
No more. You do it
Don't
again,
do it no more.
I'm going to block you.
That's right.
Wasn't based off no moon
No, it's not. We're not moon
or
worship.
no new moon. And my brother just pointed it out to me. Every time it says new moon or moon, it don't say moon. I said moon was not mentioned in the book because we ain't moon worshipers.
We ain't moon worship.
You know what it said? Month. The beginning of month or
That's
new
right.
month.
The new month,
Right.
end of the month.
Head of the month. Stop mentioning and messing with the moon. We don't deal with astrology.
Yeah.
Sun, moon, and star worship.
Yeah.
Greeks and Romans and pagan culture orchestrated their religion, which comes from an Anglo-Saxon word, rigolato, means to hold each man back from the truth.
Yeah, talk
Right.
about it.
Religion.
That's right.
That's where religion
Yeah.
comes from.
Talk about it.
Religion is an Anglo-Saxon word, means to hold each one back from the truth.
Yeah.
You know what's the word for moon in the Hebrew? Yadek.
Right, right.
Nowhere in the Hebrew says Yadek. We didn't deal with the moon.
Talk about it, bro.
God said the beginning of months.
Yeah.
Every time you say new moon, it says new moon or Kodesh.
New month.
New month.
Yeah. Teach the
So stop
parishioners.
telling me about moon.
Teach the
Please.
parishioners. Yeah.
Please.
Yeah.
So before you start talking, we need to study.
That's right.
Because I know what I'm talking about.
Facts.
I didn't come up here for nothing. And my father ordained me as a teacher.
Facts.
I studied before I came up here.
Facts.
Okay?
Facts.
Please.
Talking about. Yeah, roll on, gang.
Where we at, man?
Deuteronomy chapter 25, verse 15.
Deuteronomy
Chapter
chapter
25,
25.
verse 15.
Let's read it.
But thou shalt have a perfect and just weight, a perfect and just measure shalt thou have. That thy days may be lengthened in the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
Okay.
For all that do such things, and all that do unrighteously, are an abomination unto the Lord thy God. Remember what Amalek did unto thee, by the way, when you were come forth.
Okay, time out. I'm going to tell you one last time, Ron Torah. You keep telling me, you keep telling me about 1 Samuel chapter 20, verse 24. So now I'm going to prove you wrong.
Okay.
1 Samuel chapter 20, verse 24. Let's read it in the Hebrew. Read it in the Hebrew.
Chapter
All right?
20,
Forget about new moon. Yes, read it, please.
verse 24.
We're going to go into the Hebrew. I'm giving you a chance, but you must still understand.
So
Wait.
20,
wait.
24. 1 Samuel 20, 24, right?
Right? Go ahead. Check it out. Read it. So David hid himself in the field.
And when
While ye sated David basadeh. David hid himself in the field. While ye he. And when the new moon, while ye he HaKodesh.
Kodesh, month.
Kodesh means month, not moon. Yarek or Yarek means moon. Okay? So this is the calendar. This is the calendar that God gave us. Why God gave us this calendar? Why God gave us this calendar to follow? Because when we had it right, we went against it.
That's right.
Wait a minute. Wait. I said, wait a minute. I'm going to let you know. When God gave us the right way, we turned on them. And we disregarded the things that God gave us. So God gave us this wrong Gregorian calendar. So now God gave us this wrong Gregorian calendar. And now you want to see if I'm going to be fervent in doing it the wrong way. Nobody has it right. There's no calendar, and God is going to make sure that you don't get it right. We're not going to get it right here. Understand that, people. Yeah. We're not going to get it right here. We're not. You know why we're not? Because when we had it right, we spit on it. And we defecated on it. Okay? So that's what it is.
That's it. That's it. Take it.
Scrap bugged up.
Bro, you don't know what you're talking about. You shouldn't be out your house on the Shabbat.
Scrap don't.
You
Stop
gotta,
cutting your hair.
you gotta go. You shouldn't. You don't know what you're talking about, man.
Stop cutting your hair.
You have to go to congregate. You gotta congregate. You gotta congregate. If you're home and you gotta go to a congregation, then go and congregate by all means. Why are you going against? Because I ain't 60 years old. Because I'm not 70. I got to be 70 and 80 years old.
No, he's just.
I got the wisdom of an 80-year-old.
That's a distraction.
Yeah, I know. I got the wisdom of an 80-year-old. And I follow and do according to what God says.
Facts.
Huh?
Talk about it.
Let's read it. Where we at? Deuteronomy chapter 25, verse what?
17.
Verse what?
17.
Verse 17. Let's read it.
Remember what Amalek did unto thee by the way.
Uh-oh. Wait, go back. Let's go back. Go back to 15. Sorry. Deuteronomy 25, verse 15.
But thou shalt have a perfect and just weight.
But thou shalt have a perfect and just weight.
A perfect and just measure.
A perfect and just measure shalt thou have. That thy days may be lengthened in the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee. Yeah. God gave us and showed us a way how to lengthen and live long. How to lengthen our days on earth. And when we go against these laws and break these commandments, we shorten our days. We shorten our days. Brother talking about we shouldn't be in the house observing Shabbat. But where you at, Ron Torah? You're in the house viewing.
Facts. Talk about it. Talk about
you in the house viewing.
Talk about it.
Why don't you get your butt up and go congregate? As a matter of fact, you even welcome here. Why don't you come here and congregate?
Change his name first.
Come congregate.
Tell us about bowling his
Go congregate somewhere, man.
Tell us about bowling his face.
Find the name.
God said to congregate, not to be home.
Stop shaving your face, nigga.
Tom Sheep.
For all that do such things and all that do unrighteously are an abomination.
For all that do such things and all that do unrighteously are an abomination unto Lord thy God. Huh? All that do unrighteously is abominable in the eyes of God. So when we do things contrary from what God said you're an abomination.
Right.
Okay, let's read.
Remember what Amalek did unto thee by the way.
He said, remember what Amalek did unto us. Amalek was Esau's grandson. And what did Amalek do to us?
When you will come forth out of Egypt.
When we first came out of Egypt.
How he met thee by the way.
He met us by the way.
He smote the hindmost of thee. Even all that were feeble behind thee. When thou wast faint and weary. And he feared not God. But
guess what? This guy had a beef with us. From the time he was born, he had not learned to let go. Esau was different. Esau said, man, listen, the day of my father is at hand. And when my father died, I'm going to kill Jacob. As you read on, it says, and it was told Rebecca. Who told her? Nobody came and told her. God told her.
Nobody heard what he said in his
I said,
heart.
God told her because he purposed it in his heart.
He said it in his
Next
heart.
thing, God revealed it to Rebecca and told Jacob, he said, listen, you go to my parents' house. Go to your family, get you a wife until your brother get over what you done did to him. Because I can't be bereaved, the both of you guys. And then after years and years and years and years and years and years done pass, Jacob sees Esau. Esau got 400 men with him. Jacob just had his family.
Yeah.
He started getting scared. He got shook. When he finally meet Esau, Esau grabbed him and hugged him. Which means Esau was angry at that time.
Yeah, you let that go. Yeah.
Huh? Godly ways.
Mm-hmm.
But we want to say Esau was evil. I don't know about that. Esau wasn't evil. God didn't say he was evil.
No, sorry.
Esau knew how to let go.
That's right.
I said Esau knew how to let go. When certain things transpired, time allowed him to let go and forget what his brother did to him. But we want to hold on to grudges against each other, and we refuse to let things go. We refuse to let things go.
Teach.
Tom, see?
Therefore, it shall be when the Lord thy God hath given thee rest from all thine enemies round about in the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee for an inheritance to possess it, that thou shalt blot out the remembrance of Amalek from under heaven. Thou shalt not forget it.
Let's go to Jeremiah chapter 7. Jeremiah chapter 7. See, people just talk to talk, man.
Everybody got their own version.
People just talk to talk. Whether I'm in my house or not, I have a gathering of people here.
That's right.
That's what counts.
Right.
Whether I'm in the camp or in a house, God said an assembly of people. He didn't say don't gather in your house. He didn't say to go get a camp. But make sure wherever you gather at, it is a gathering of people to observe the holy Sabbath day. Oh, you're in the house, but you don't know what you're talking about. And you're talking to a person that's been doing this before you even thought about who God was. You're talking to a person that never served idols.
Talk about it, brother.
That never ate pork.
Talk about it, brother.
That never ate shrimp, crabs, or lobster.
Talk about it, brother.
That never missed the holy Sabbath day.
Talk about it, brother. Talk about it.
Unlike yourself.
And want to tell you what.
And now you want to tell me. Come on, why don't you go back to bed?
Go to sleep.
Go to sleep, man.
Does he have a beard?
Let's read.
Stop shaving your face, nigga.
Do it. Jeremiah
Chapter 7.
chapter 7.
The word that came to Jeremiah from the Lord, saying, stand in the gate of the Lord's house and proclaim there this word.
Stand in the gate of the who?
Of the Lord's house.
Uh-huh.
And proclaim there this word.
And I need you to say this. He said, go stand in the gate. And this is what I need you to say. Tom, see?
Hear the word of the Lord.
Hear the word of the Lord.
All ye of Judah.
All ye of Judah.
That enter in at these gates.
That enter in by these gates.
To worship the Lord.
To worship God. Read.
Verse 3. Thus saith the Lord
Thus
of
saith
hosts,
the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel.
Amend your ways.
Wait a minute. Something told me to look up the word amend. And when I look up the word for amend, it means yatab. Yatab means to make good one's ways. To make good one's doings. To conduct yourself well. To live uprightly. To change your ways and make your ways good according to the laws of God.
Mm-hmm.
We need to learn how to clean our ways up. Clean our ways up before God. Because isn't that the same thing what God always mentioned to us? He said, amend your ways. Amend your ways. Amend your ways. Change your ways. Change your ways over and over and over again. Your ways of God and the laws of God are two different things. It's two different things, man. He said, make your ways good. Make good one's ways or your doings. Make sure that your ways and your doings correlate with what you read here in the book. Tom C.
Amend your ways and your doings, and I will cause you to dwell in this place.
So if I change my ways and I make my ways good before God, then I will have the obligation and I will be able to dwell in this place. I will be accepted of God once I change my ways. But we refuse to change our ways and we want God to accept us the way we are. No. God not going to accept you the way you is. God not going to accept you the way you choose you want to live your life.
That's right.
And that's what people does. People, evil people, live their lives according to how they want to live their life and expect God to accept them that way. That's why a lot of people don't live according to these curriculum and these standards that God has set. Because it's too many restrictions.
They feel entitled.
It's too many restrictions. They will quickly go and be a Christian because their deity said, God so loves the world. He didn't make no restrictions. Regardless of how you choose to live, don't worry, son.
That's right.
Jake still loves you. Oh, you like man? Don't worry, son. Jake still loves you.
Yeah.
Hey, you want to lay down? Lucille want to lay down with Becky. Don't worry, son, daughter. I still accept you. Not this God. Not the Most High God. He said the curriculum and the standards. And if you don't live according to the curriculum and standards that God set, He hates you. He will despise you. He will disregard you.
Teach.
Let's read.
Trust ye not in lying words.
Trust ye not in lying words.
Saying, the temple of the Lord.
The temple of the Lord. The temple of the Lord. It was only one temple. I said it was only one temple. Hey, brother, where you going, brother? Man, I'm going to the temple. Wait a minute, what temple? You going to Jerusalem? The temple that King Solomon built? That's the only temple that I read about. Ain't no other temple. These places that we call on God at are gatherings, camps. Places that we go to call on God, on the name of God, and hold a holy convocation on God's Sabbath day.
Make it clear.
Okay? That's the only thing. We hold these congregations and these gatherings, which is an assembly of people. So when you stay home in view, you are in desecration and profaning of God's Sabbath day. If you're able to congregate. But if you're not able to congregate, by all means, view. And don't, again, like I said last night, don't put yourself in a situation or in a position where, if you don't have to, where you can't congregate.
Now you're doing less.
Now you're doing less. Now you're back. You're backtracking. You're like the backsliding heifer that God said, that God spoke about. Because you used to congregate and you don't move further out and away from the place that you used to congregate. There is no place where you moved at to congregate at, where you live at. No. None. So now you're bounded to sit home and view. But you ain't got to do that neither if you have grown kids.
Say it again,
You have grown children. Well, listen, we're going to run this like a camp. Kids, we got grown kids, not children. 4 and 3 and 2 years old. Because in the book it says all that can understand. And when you sit in a house with children that has no understanding or discernment of what is right or wrong, and it's just you, me, my wife, and my 2 newborns, that ain't no holy convocation. You need to get everybody dressed and let's go. That's what the book says. That's what the book says. And you know who agree with that? My father. I need to get up and come here or go to a camp where there's a gathering going on. I can't observe the Sabbath day with children. Ezra said, all that can understand.
Right.
When you look it up in the Hebrew, it's all that can discern between right and wrong, holy and wickedness, holiness and profane. Okay? You know what profane means? Profane means to make common. To make what? Regular. That's what profane means. Huh? I don't want to be profane, which means I ain't regular. I'm not like you. We're different. What makes me different is because I take heed to what I read. And I try to follow everything that I read so that God can deal with me differently from the people around about. I don't want God to deal with me the same like these people because I'm not the same. I'm not the same. Let's read it. Where we at?
Verse 5.
Verse 5.
For if you thoroughly amend your ways.
So if you thoroughly amend your ways.
And your doings.
Amend your ways. Make good one's ways. Make good one's doings.
If you thoroughly execute judgment between a man and his neighbor.
Thoroughly execute judgment between a man and his neighbor. I don't choose sides when you're put in the stead of a judge. You cannot be partial when you're put in the stead of judges. So when you're put in the stead of judges, you have to judge this matter according to the judgment of God, according to God's judgment, righteously. Because you're not supposed to pick sides. I can't be on your side, and I can't be on your side. I have to be on righteousness side. I have to be on God's side.
That's right.
And if you're wrong, sir, I'm sorry you're wrong. I apologize.
Right.
Go ahead, read.
If you oppress not the stranger.
If you oppress not the stranger. The word for oppress is ashok. Ashok means extort or oppress. So what is the definition? See, to get these words and to know what we are doing that is oppressive, you got to look up these words so you know what not to do. Get the full meaning of everything about what is the definition of this word oppression so that I don't oppress you. I don't want to oppress you because God have a certain thing for people that deals with other people in an oppressive state, in an oppressive way. Why? He said, because you know the heart of a what? Of a stranger. So therefore, don't treat him like that. Don't treat him that way, or don't treat her that way. Because you know the heart of a stranger. And you know how it felt to be dealt in that manner or in that form. So you don't deal with people like that. There's a way that you deal with people. Okay? What does oppress mean? Oppress means to keep someone in subservience and hardship, especially by the unjust exercise of authority. I said unjust exercise of authority. Oh, I'm a chief man. Oh, I'm chief of chief. I'm the prince of all princes. I'm chief prince. I'm Hagadol. Hamore, chief of chief. Flattering titles. But guess what? God already revealed to me and showed me who I should make these titles of. A person, men of truth, hating covetousness, which is unjust gain. Right? And you can't bribe me. Men of covetousness are men that don't want what's not theirs. They don't want things that don't belong to them. So you can't bribe him. They don't want things that don't belong to them, so they ain't gonna go steal. They're satisfied with what they have.
Yeah.
This is why Elisha was able to walk the grounds of the earth with nowhere to live.
Yeah.
And it took a woman to perceive that this godly man don't have nowhere to rest his head at.
Yeah.
So she made a loft upstairs with bed, a table
Yeah.
with a lamp.
Tambo.
So where when the godly man passed by, he'll go up in that loft and rest his head with Gehazi. And when it's time for him to get up and leave, he'll leave. So when this woman did this for him, guess what happened? He told Gehazi, he said, man, what is it that I can do? Elisha said, what is it that I can do for this woman? Why he said that? He said, because this woman did me good. So when a person do you good, it's your job to return the good back. That's righteousness, and those are the ways of God. We don't read that in the first 5.
No.
That's not in the first 5. When we venture off into the history, the history shows us the ways of God through all their life experience. You read, and it shows you that Elisha repaid the woman of the good that she did to him. So Gehazi said, he asked Gehazi, said, what do you think we should do? He said, well, the woman ain't got no seed. Gehazi is a smart man. He said, well, the woman ain't got no child.
Yeah.
She wasn't child. He knew that before he even spoke to her.
That's right.
Why? Because that was the desire of righteous, godly woman that had husbands.
That's right.
I want to bear your seed.
That's right.
I want to have your child.
Right.
I want something from you.
Yeah.
You are linked.
Yeah.
You ain't going nowhere. You talk all that you want. Say what you want to say. But I got your child. I got your child. I was arguing one time with my twin's mother. We arguing, fighting, and she ain't arguing back. My head done blew off the top steam like a chimney.
Yeah.
And this woman sitting in the car, all calm and collected, and she looking at me, and she rubbed her big stomach. Like, boy, I got you. I got you right here. I'm locked in. You ain't going nowhere. I got you right in here. You can sit up there and blow whatever amount of steam you want to blow, but I got you here. You keep on blowing. I'm going to sit here in this truck, and I'm going to relax. That's true story. I said, look at this. So my neighbor looked at me. She said, Shiloh, you over here getting all angry and tight and blowing on. Look how angry you is. She said, look at her. You don't see? She's calm as a what? Cool as a fan. She's cool as this fan is blowing.
Yeah.
And you blowing off steam. I said, man, you know what? You right. Let me go take a walk. Okay, oppress. Right? To cause someone to feel distress. To cause someone to feel anxious or uncomfortable.
Okay.
So oppression is a treatment to make someone feel a certain way. Uncomfortable, distressed, anxious. That's why we got to be careful of what we say and what we do. Because you may not mean nothing by it. I say you might not mean nothing by it. But he felt it. He felt it that way. Or she felt it that way. And you know what's my job? when I find out that this person or this person fell away, it's not going to sit well with me. It's not going to sit well with me. Let me give you an example. I'm going to give you an example. I'm going to give you a live example that happened yesterday. I left my job at 2 o'clock so I can go pick up my twins for Shabbat and pick up my oldest daughter to come down to observe Shabbat. So I called my twins' mother and told her, I said, listen, man, I ain't going to have time to sit and wait. I need to come, pick up, and get out of Dodge. I don't play on Friday. I get off of work early to get my kids and to get home early before sunset. I don't want to be outside driving and doing all that on Shabbat. I don't want to be doing that. I don't want to do that. You want to do it and continue getting off of work at sundown, traveling on Shabbat, just getting off the world and sun is down. Man, you disregarded God.
That's right.
So now I told her, I said, listen, man, I don't want to wait. Please make sure that their clothes is ready. And I got a little boisterous and loud and hard. So she said, I don't know what. I said, man, shut up. I said, listen to what I'm telling you. Get the kids' clothes ready. Click. I don't want to hear it. Bring the thing down. When the kids come off the bus, boom, boom. So when I get there, it was a big, she started arguing. I just hung up. But then it didn't sit well with me. I felt bad. Why? Because I came at her hard. He said, well, you didn't have to do it. I said, you're right. I'm sorry. I apologize. I didn't have to yell at you and scream like that and get like that. I just get real anxious and nervous. I railed on her. I said I railed on her. Like Nabal did to 200 men that came to see him.
That's a hard railing.
A hard railing, and I railed on her hard. And I called her back and I said, I'm sorry. Why? I said, I'm sorry. I didn't use why I yelled to benefit what I did.
Right.
Well, no, it's for God. I don't get. I didn't use that.
Situational railing.
No, I didn't use that. I said, nah, I railed on. And I recognized that I railed on. So I had to call and I said, I'm sorry, man. I apologize. I'm sorry.
Training your spirit.
I'm sorry. That's what?
You're training your spirit.
You're training. This is all called training. This is a training of one's own spirit. We got to train our spirit to be this way. So now it's after, but so much training, guess what happens? It becomes a part of you. It becomes natural. Now, after it has become so natural, I will respond in a righteous and godly way.
Yeah.
Now it becomes a part of me, and my answer will be in a godly and righteous response.
Yeah.
Not in a railing response.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nobody likes that.
But nobody had to tell me that. I told myself that. And I recognize that with myself. And this is the deal, and this is the thing that God wants to see. Are you able to recognize your own fault and correct it on your own without this one, that one, and that one telling you that you're wrong?
That's right.
You got to be able to see it, Israel. I said we got to be able to see it and recognize it. Recognize your fault. Huh? And when you recognize your fault, that's accountability.
I like that.
God loves that. God loves that. So another definition of oppressive is to treat people in a cruel or unfair way. Subservient means prepared to obey others unquestioningly. No questions. No questions. Those are people that you need to protect.
Yeah. That's the ones you keep close.
Those are the ones you keep close, and you never oppress them. But the oppressive soul takes advantage of a person that is subservient. They take advantage of those things. Yeah, they take advantage of that. What is extort? To extort means often something by force, or other unfair means. Okay, it's not right how you got this. It's not right how you're getting it. It's not right how you're getting it. Yeah, exactly. You just go ahead and read.
If ye oppress not the stranger, the fatherless, and the widow, and shed not innocent blood in this place, neither walk after other gods.
Wait, if you oppress not what? The stranger, the fatherless, and the widow. And wait a minute. God was specific. Don't oppress the stranger. Don't oppress the fatherless. Yeah. What is the fatherless? The fatherless is a child that don't have a father. Right. The father is not around. Okay? If the father is dead, the child is fatherless. Okay? If the father is doing 25 to life, he's never coming out of jail. He's fatherless. Because he's not around to protect his children. And I would love that if the father's not around, that I am obligated and I need to treat your children like my own. So that it was like my father wasn't there, but like he was there. That's the feeling that the children have to feel when they are around other men that are not their fathers. That's the feeling that children have to feel when they're around women that's not their mothers.
That's correct.
You hear that now?
That's correct.
When a child is comfortable being around a man that's not their father, that's a good sign. Because I treat you like a son. And I treat you like a daughter. And I don't show no favoritism between this child and my child. This daughter and my own daughter. There's no difference. As a matter of fact, the child that's not my child gets better treatment. You know why? A lot of people don't understand that. But the reason why this child that's not my child, that's fatherless, gets a better treatment, because my son Noah, he knows I love him. He knows I love him. He knows I love him. And he know I do anything for him. And I give him my skin off my back if I have to. But this child don't know that. She's only confirmed that her biological father would do that. But she's unsure about me. So I have to put that comfortability. I have to show that man child, this son or this daughter, and give this child the comfortability of a father. Like Mordecai did to who? To Esther.
That's right.
And they was cousins. Sister said, not my skin. Yeah, I will scalp my head. I will scalp my head and put it on his head if he needs skin.
Yeah.
That's what I'll do. For any of my kids. For any of my kids. Both of my daughters and my son, and they know that. Tom Sheik. He said, if you oppress not the stranger, the fatherless, and the widow. The widow is a woman that her husband died. And she didn't look nowhere else. Do we know the standards and the level of a widow? God said, if you make this widow cry, he said, I will surely hear this woman cry. He said, I'm going to break out. He said, because I'm gracious, and I'm going to kill you with the sword, and I'm going to make your wives widow, and I'm going to make your children fatherless. You better be careful how you treat the widow. Be careful how you treat the fatherless. Be careful how you treat the stranger. We are looking everywhere else, calling people strangers.
Look at yourself, brother.
You black as that chair. You're a stranger. Not because you're black means you're Israel, people.
No.
Hey.
Let's understand that.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
I said, not because you're black means you are Israel.
That's right.
Okay? The first world was black. The 7 nations was black. But now God have a new curriculum set. God said, my people shall hear my voice. A stranger will not follow.
Yeah.
He said, a stranger will not follow.
Yeah.
So stop looking at Japanese, Chinese, Asians, Puerto Ricans,
Whites.
Dominicans, white people. Stop looking at these people
They
as
can't
strangers.
serve God. They can't serve him.
Because their desire, if they come around, is to serve God, then that's God's people too.
That's right.
And they should have the same rights
Same
as
rights.
that black one over there. They
They
got the same rights as the homeborn.
Don't vex them.
All black people is not Israel.
No, man.
Michael Jordan is not Israel.
No.
No, man.
None of these famous dudes that we see on TV is Israel.
Yeah,
That's
right.
God's people.
Yeah,
No,
Israelites.
they're not God. It's not God's people. No.
No, man.
He said, my people. God said, my people shall hear my voice. I said, God said, my people shall hear my voice. I don't know how long that's going to settle in. Let's read.
And shed not innocent blood in this place. Neither walk after other gods to your hurt.
Neither walk after other gods to your hurt. Okay, now, the word for walk is yalak. Yalak means to go or to follow a certain course or procedure.
Yeah.
Do we know that we follow a certain course and procedure? We follow heathenistic courses and procedures that they set. We refuse to follow the course and the procedure that God set.
Yeah.
Like I said last night, yeah, by all means, we will be having Shabbat evening services every Friday night.
That's right.
Every Friday night, we're going to have Shabbat evening services,
That's right.
explaining the laws of God according to what it says in the book,
That's
not adding on and taking away from what it says.
That's what's going on right now.
That's what's going on right now.
Everybody's doing it.
People is adding on and taking away. There's nothing to add on and nothing to take away. Because when you add on and take away, then you deplete from what God says. You change it. All right? He said, not to walk after other gods to your own hurt. Tomshi. Jeremiah chapter 7, verse 7. Let's read.
Then I will cause you to dwell in this place.
Oh, so you mean to tell me once I stop following the course and the procedure of the heathens, and I begin to follow the course and the procedure that God set, then he will allow me to dwell in this place.
Oh.
Huh? Then you will be accepted. Then you will be one of the chosen ones.
Okay.
I want God to look at me as one of his chosen ones. I want to be the elect of God. That's what I want. So in order to be that, you got to follow what you read here in this book. Go ahead, Tomshi.
Then I will cause you to dwell in this place, in the land that I gave to your fathers.
Then I will cause you to dwell in this place, in the land which I gave to your fathers forever and ever.
Behold, ye trust in lying words that cannot profit.
Uh-oh. Oh, yes, we do. We trust in lying words. Right? When people say things to us and reveal certain information to us, your job is not to believe what Huckenberg told you. My job is to inquire what this man told me and seek out and investigate the truth in what this person told me. Before I start believing, I need to inquire first before I believe what this person said. At least see if it's true. Well, when people say certain things, we believe it, we take it, and we run with it. We run with it. Let's read it. Go ahead.
Will ye steal?
Will ye steal?
Murder.
Will you murder?
commit adultery, and swear falsely, burn incense unto Baal.
Wait a minute. To steal, lo, tignon. To steal means to take something that don't belong to you.
Right.
Huh? You take it, it's not yours, you stole. Murder, when you take a life that's not justifiable according to the laws of God. Committing adultery, meaning to adulterate, to incorporate a foreign, something foreign. Okay? Now, adultery, this is the explanation of God. This is not my explanation. So all you women, stop getting mad at the messenger and take your problem up with God. All right? And you turn and face the east and tell God that you don't agree with his laws. So adultery for a woman is when she has sex with a man that's not her husband. If she's married, the only one she's supposed to have sexual relations with is her husband.
Right.
Adultery for a man is when he has sex with a married woman or betrothed. If he has sex with a woman that's not his wife, that's not adultery.
That's right.
That's called fornication.
Fornication.
That's called being promiscuous.
Whoredom.
That's called whoredom. And God also is against that.
That's right.
I said God also is against that. So if you have a wife, by all means, stick to your wife.
Your wife, man.
Stop being promiscuous and looking all over the place, looking to see who you could deflower. Stop and rule that evil spirit that you have in you.
That's the problem.
Rule that evil spirit that you have in you that's leading you contrary and opposite from what God said, making you go out of the way of what God says. Rule that spirit, man, and control yourself. He says, swear it falsely and burn incense unto Baal. Anytime we read about incense, frankincense and incense was used only during the offerings. When we read in the book, you only see and realize that incense and frankincense was burnt in the temple only during sacrifices and offerings.
That's right.
And if they burned incense anywhere else besides the offerings that was dedicated to God, it was to some idol. It was to a deity. All right, Tamshi, which was wrong. And walk after other gods whom ye know not. Tamshi, verse 10. Jeremiah 7, verse 10. Read.
And come and stand before me in this house, which is called by my name, and say, we are delivered to do all these abominations. Is this house, which is called by my name, become a den of robbers in your eyes?
Is this house, which is called by my name, become a den of robbers? When I looked that up in the Hebrew, it says peritz. The word for robbers is peritz. It means a den of violent ones, vicious ones. Vicious and violent people. Our forefathers wasn't vicious and violent. The only time you'll see they get a little vicious and violent was when they was in war. But once the war is over, they're back to their normal self. Peaceful, merciful, compassionate, kind, all of the attributes and characteristics of God. Godly attributes and characteristics. Go ahead.
Behold, even I have seen it, saith the Lord.
What verse we at?
12.
Behold, even I have seen it, saith the Lord. Read.
Well, go ye now unto my place which was in Shiloh, where I set my name at the first, and see what I did to it.
Oh, my goodness. He said, go, Israel. He said, go look to Shiloh.
Where I set my name at the first.
And that was the first spot where I ordained my name before the temple was built. And God destroyed and did Shiloh a job. You know why God did what he did to Shiloh? Because Eli had 2 ungodly sons. That's what God said. He said they was worthless. They had 2 ungodly sons that was taking the daughters in the backside. When they come to bring their offerings and their sack offerings, they would take them to the backside and deflower them. And then after they deflower them, they let them go. They wasn't marrying the woman. Guess what? The same thing. Nobody's bringing up no offerings. But you're deflowering and having sex with women that you don't want to marry. God got angry with Hophni and Phinehas and with Eli because he didn't correct his sons. They was doing the same thing. The only difference is that they ain't bringing up the offerings. That's the only difference. Same thing. Go ahead.
But go ye now unto my place which was in Shiloh, where I set my name at the first, and see what I did to it, for the wickedness of my people Israel. And now, because he had done all these works,
What verse you at?
13.
Jeremiah chapter 7, verse 13. Read.
And now, because ye have done all these works, said the Lord, and I spake unto you, rising up early and speaking, but ye heard not. And I called you, but ye answered not.
Read.
Therefore will I do unto this house, which is called by my name, wherein ye trust, and unto the place which I gave to you and to your fathers,
as I have done to Shiloh. Wait a minute. God said, I'm going to destroy this place. You know why God said he's going to destroy it? He said, because I called, and I ain't hear nobody respond to my calling. Nobody answered. He said, okay, y'all ain't paying me no mind. All right, actions. I'm gonna destroy this place. I'm gonna wipe this place out. I'm gonna do it like I did to Shiloh. And did he do it?
Oh, yeah.
Did he do it?
Oh, yes, in the history books.
In the history books, the temple was desecrated. Desecrated, man. There is no more temple. Tom C.
Verse 15. And I will cast you out of my sight, as I have cast out all your brethren, even the whole seed of Ephraim. Therefore, pray not thou.
I will cast you out of my sight. And when God cast us out of his sight, we ain't serving God no more.
Ain't serving idols.
We're not doing things to attract God's attention. We are doing things to drive God further and further away. Go ahead.
Therefore, pray not thou for this people.
Wait a minute. He said, therefore, pray not thou for this people. Hear this? So, hey, Chief, if God said, don't pray for these people, and the people today is more wicked than the people back then, then why, for God's sake, do we face the east and praying for all these people? We pray for the ungodly. God told Jeremiah, don't pray for these people. But we face the east. Oh, Lord God, please bless this one. And please bless that one. And you pray for this one, and you pray for the other one, and pray for everybody that you're praying for is not in good standards with God.
That's right.
I said they are not in good standards with God.
That's right.
God just informed Jeremiah to stop praying for the people. Why do you continue to pray for these people? And the people that you're praying for is in worse standards than what God said. But I did read in the Chronicles. I read one thing in the Chronicles. You know what the Chronicles said? The Chronicles said that when we make our prayer, that we should use the words of King David.
That's right.
I said the Chronicles said that when we face the east to make prayer before God, that we should use the words of King David. So if you make up a prayer, make sure you construct a prayer using the words of King David.
Right.
I'm not going to come up with my own prayer.
That's right.
I'm not going to pray, oh Lord God, please bless Chief Mikael
Yeah.
and bless and bless my brother G that he did.
And don't forget about Jay-Z and Beyonce.
No, man. No. But
Come on, man.
brother saying, don't forget about Jay-Z and Beyonce.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
These people serve idols.
Word, man.
They don't serve your God.
Word, man.
They don't serve your God.
Word.
But we pray for people that hate your God.
Yeah.
And God said, don't pray for these people. Let me read that over, man, so we can read it over, please. Please read it over.
Therefore, pray not down
for this people.
Neither-
So stop making up prayers and praying for people.
Yeah.
When you make your prayers, pray and use the words of King David. Read.
Right.
neither lift up cry nor prayer for them.
Neither lift up cry. Stop crying. Stop crying for people that God hates. I said, stop crying for people that God hates.
Yeah.
When the people asked for a king, they angered God. Samuel cried all night. And God came to Samuel and said, he said, how long are you going to continue to cry for these people? Then the next thing God said, it ain't you that they have rejected. They rejected me.
That's right.
Stop crying.
That's right.
Stop crying and making prayer for evil people.
That's right.
That's what God said. I'm not repeating nothing that comes from the side of my head.
That's right.
Everything that I'm saying, I can show you in the book.
That's right.
So, what that means, be careful of who you cry for. Be careful of who you pray for.
Yeah.
You can't pray and cry for everybody.
Yeah.
Samuel told King Saul, no, I ain't worshiping with you. God has rejected you, and he rejected you as being king. Watch who you pray with.
Yeah.
Watch who you bend your knee with.
That's right.
Let's read. He said, cry, no prayer for them.
Neither make intercession for me, for I will not hear thee.
Uh-oh. Intercession is saying a prayer on behalf of someone else. So God told Jeremiah, if you come before me, come praying for these people, because of who you're praying for, that I told you not to pray for, I'm not going to hear you. I'm not going to hear you. I'm going to block my ears. I don't want to hear you. Huh?
I don't dare.
I don't want to hear you. But look at the standards. Look at the standards. Jeremiah and Moses. Jeremiah and Moses. Jeremiah was never in the standards of Moses. Moses was way up. Moses was able to pray for wicked people, and God hearkened to him and never told him, he said, don't pray for these people. The difference, because Moses was juiced up.
Not like the rest of my process.
I said Moses was juiced up, man.
He was. Hashem.
That man was different.
So the
Moses?
so the glory of God.
God said there will never be another man
Right.
like unto Moses.
Right.
Never be another man like unto Moses, man. Never. Tom Shee.
Seest thou not what they do in the cities of Judah and
Uh-huh.
in the streets of Jerusalem? The
Uh-huh.
children gather wood,
Uh-oh.
and the fathers.
He said, look at what these people is doing.
The children
Uh-huh.
gather wood, and the fathers kindle the fire. And
Uh-huh.
the women knead their dough to make cakes.
Uh-oh. He said what?
And the women knead their dough
To make
cakes.
cakes.
To-
Read that verse over.
the children gather
Okay.
wood.
Okay, wait, but go back to 17.
17.
I'm excited. I'm all
Oh,
excited.
yeah.
Go ahead.
Hey.
Seest
Go ahead.
thou not what they do
He said, look at what these people doing in Judah.
in the cities
Go
of
ahead.
Judah
In
and
the
in the
cities of
cities of
Judah.
Jerusalem?
In the streets of Jerusalem,
The children gather wood,
the children is gathering wood.
and the fathers kindle the fire,
The fathers is kindling fire.
and the women knead their dough
And the woman need their dough
to make cakes.
to make cakes.
To the
You know
queen.
what the cakes are? Those cakes were sacrificial cakes dedicated to idols and deities and goddesses. Go ahead.
And to pour out drink offerings unto other gods.
To the Queen of Heaven. Okay. Queen of Heaven was a title given to several ancient sky goddesses worshipped throughout the ancient Mediterranean in the Near East. Goddesses known to have referred to as Anat, Isis, Nut, Astarte, and Asherah. Anat, Isis, Nut, Astarte, and Asherah.
One of them is the Statue of Liberty.
Okay? One of them goes under the Statue of Liberty. Okay? All right? So, the queen, go ahead. Now, hold up 1 second. The worship of the Queen of Heaven included cult prostitution. Okay? Cult prostitution. So, the prostitution, when they did their prostitution, it was worship or in honor of a deity or idol gods. Okay? They baked sacrificial cakes with the image of Asherah on top of the cakes.
Okay.
Goddess, love, fertility, Mesopotamian pagan influence in the worship practices of Judah from the time of King Ahaz to King Zedekiah. Now we have women worshiping and weeping for TAMMUZ. Depending on the region, was called different names, but the same deity.
Yeah.
Depending on the region, what country and where you're at, they called it a different name, but it's the same God, same deity, same idol.
In Panama, they used to use the buns when it's Easter
Hot
time.
cross buns.
Hot cross buns.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Tom C.
That's where it comes from. And the woman knead their dough to make cakes to the Queen of
Queen of
Heaven,
Heaven.
and to pour out drink offerings.
Wait a minute. Drink offering.
Toast.
Uh-oh.
Wait a minute. The drink offering of libation is a ritual pouring, right, of a liquid as an offering to a deity or spirit or in memory of the dead. So when people take their drink, you say,
Pour out a little
man,
bit.
let's pour out a little, man, blessed be the name of this, man, this guy here. I hope he's blessed, man. Take up the drink and let's pour out a little inside the ground.
This is for the dead.
That's what they did, dedicating to idols.
For the homeless.
But Israelites has allowed pagan custom to infiltrate in the ways of God.
Yeah.
And now you have Israelites
Tell 'em.
that takes drinks and liquor. And when someone dies, they pour out a little liquor, which is the custom of pagan custom.
Yeah.
Right? In memory of the dead. It was common in many pagan religions of antiquity and continues to be offered in cultures today. It's still happening
It's in
today.
hip hop. It's everywhere.
Tom C.
That's right. That's right. Talk about it. And to pour out drink offerings unto other gods, that they may provoke me to anger.
See, you see what you see what happens when we do things contrary from what God said? We aggravate God. We provoke God. We annoy God. We make God jealous. We get him angry. Go ahead.
Do they provoke me to anger, said the Lord? Do they not provoke
Do they
themselves?
provoke me to anger, saith the Lord?
Do they not provoke
Do they not provoke
to
themselves
the confusion
to the confusion of their own faces? You confuse yourself by the works of our own hands. We confuse ourselves by following after the ways and the customs of the heathens. We confuse ourselves by eating blood and fat and eating and consuming things that you ain't have no business consuming and eating. So we cut our own selves off from God. You do it to yourself. Don't blame nobody else. Don't blame God. Don't blame this one, that one, or the other. Blame yourself.
That's right. Talk about it.
Blame yourself.
Talk about it.
Acknowledge, man. We have a problem acknowledging. We don't want to acknowledge where the source and where all this come from. How it was started. Who started it? You started it. Go ahead.
Therefore, thus saith the Lord God, behold, mine anger and my fury shall be poured out upon this place, upon man and upon beast.
He said, my anger shall be poured out upon this place,
upon man,
upon
beast,
upon beasts,
upon the trees,
of the field,
upon the food of the
upon
ground.
the food of the ground.
And it shall burn. It shall not be quenched.
I don't want God to pour his anger out on everything like that. Because when God poured his anger out on the trees and the food of the ground, now nothing grows. Or if it do grow, it's a minion. It don't grow to the increase or to its fullest. Everything gets put out of whack when God is angry. When God is angry, everything is out of whack. Okay, go ahead.
Thus said the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, put your burnt offerings unto your sacrifices and eat flesh.
Read.
For I spake not unto
Wait a minute. So when you look up put, it says put your offerings unto your sacrifices. The Hebrew word for put is samek pehe. It means to destroy. Destroy your burnt offerings. I don't want it. I don't want your burnt offerings. I don't want your peace offerings. I don't want your meal offerings. Do away with those sacrifices. I don't want nothing to do with that. You want to set up burnt offerings and sacrifices and disobey God. He said, I don't want your sacrifice. The only thing I want was obedience. All I want was you to hearken and listen to me, man. But when we do things contrary to God and we don't hearken, but then we want to fast.
Yeah.
We don't hearken, but then we want to send up burnt offerings. The fast and the burnt offerings don't count. It goes hand in hand. Obey God.
Yeah.
Obey God. Obedience is the best. Is the best what?
It's better than sacrifice.
Better than sacrifice.
And the fat of rams.
And the fat of rams. Better than sacrifice and the fat of rams. And God loved the smell of that fat of ram. He said, that smell appeases my anger. He said, God said, when I smelled it, and when you read in the law, those incense was burnt with the fat for a sweet savior that went up to God.
That combination.
That soothing smell that made God breathe out all that steam. Calm him right down. Calm him right down.
Yeah, they had the keys. Man.
We had it, man. But we traded it for things that holds no grounds with God. We traded it for dead things. For idols and deities. Tamshi.
For I spake not unto your fathers, nor commanded them in the day that I brought them out of the land of Egypt.
Wait a minute. He said, I didn't speak to your fathers, and I didn't command them in the day that I brought them out of the land of Egypt concerning burnt offerings and sacrifices. I never told you when you leave out of Egypt to set up offerings. He said, obey.
That's what was going on in the wilderness. Yeah.
Hearken to my word. Listen. Obedience. Go ahead.
But this thing commanded I them, saying, obey my voice.
Obey my voice.
And I will be your God.
If you hearken to my voice, then I will be your God.
It was simple.
That's it.
That's it. That's the key.
That's it.
That's it.
So when we don't hearken to God, the God of Israel ain't your God.
That's your God.
Right.
That's not your God.
Right.
Chosen.
You chose another God.
That's right.
Now are we getting this?
Yeah.
Are we getting this and we
Yeah.
understanding the words that's coming out of this book?
Yeah.
That's right.
So whatever you obey to, or whatever you hearken to, or whatever your obedience is towards, is who you serve.
That's right.
In order to serve God, your obedience had to be dedicated to these laws. And if you're not obeying these laws, then the God of Israel is not your God.
That's right.
That's right.
Go ahead.
That's right. Obey my voice, and I will be your God, and ye shall be
And
my
ye
people.
shall be my people.
And walk ye in all the ways that I have commanded you, that it may be well with you. But they hearken not, nor incline
They
their
hearken
ear,
not, nor incline their ear.
but walk in the counsels and in the imagination of their evil heart.
Walked in the counsels and the imaginations of their evil heart, of their evil mindset, of their evil understanding. Imaginations means your stubbornness of your own mind.
Yeah.
That's what's happening.
The stubbornness of your own mind. You refuse to yield to that which is lawful and right by God, but you continue to walk on and follow and walk on in life in the stubbornness of your own mind, your own counsels. I agree with it. I agree with it. Oh, this I don't agree with it. I'm not accepting it. I don't care what you tell me. You can't detour me or change my mindset. Nothing can change my mindset. I don't agree with it. Wow. Even if I tell you, God said,
his mind made up.
or his or her mind is made up. Even if I tell you that God said,
Don't matter.
it don't matter.
That's the reason why.
They still
That's the problem.
don't listen. They still won't hearken. Ain't that something, man?
God has determined to destroy them.
You know why we don't hearken? You know why we refuse to hearken and listen? Because God has determined to destroy you. So he has blocked you from hearkening to the things that's gonna make you be better before God.
Block you from that.
Okay, go ahead.
Since the day that your fathers came forth of the land of Egypt unto this day, I have even sent unto you all my servants, the prophets, daily, rising up early.
Jeremiah chapter 7, verse 26.
Yet they hearkened not unto me.
They hearken not unto me.
Nor inclined their ear.
Nor incline their ear.
Hardened their neck.
But they hardened their neck.
They did worse than their fathers.
And we did worse than our forefathers. And what do you think we are today? We're doing worse than the people that we read about in this book. Worse. Worse, man.
It's the worst generation yet.
This is the worst generation ever.
Facts.
This generation is the worst ever generation. Sometimes I sit in my room and I'm like, oh Lord God, why didn't you kill me from my birth? You should have took my life when I was born.
Talk about it.
So that I won't profane and I don't get profane and corrupted with this life, with this despicable life. Kill me in my innocence. Let's read.
Therefore, thou shalt speak all these words unto them, that they will not hearken to thee. Thou shalt also call unto them, but they will not answer thee. But thou shalt say unto them, this is a nation that obeyeth not the voice of the Lord.
This is a nation that obeyeth not the voice of the Lord thy God,
nor receiveth correction.
Nor receive correction.
Truth is perished.
Truth is perished.
And is cut off from their mouth.
And is cut off from their mouth. He said, this nation obeyeth not the voice of God. They don't receive correction. They don't succumb and accept correction. You try and correct and show someone where they're going wrong, and they take it as if you're trying to belittle them.
Yeah.
They take it as if you're trying to belittle them. That doesn't make you less than a man if you're wrong. God has allowed this person to show you that you're wrong so that you can be better before God. But we don't look at it that way. We don't see it in that form or in that manner. Go ahead.
Cut off thine hair, O Jerusalem, and cast it away.
Cut off thine hair, O Jerusalem. You know what the hair is? Israel.
Jerusalem got hair.
Israel. When he said to cut off your hair, it's gone.
Be born.
It's gone. When he said to cut your hair off, it's talking metaphorically about the nation of Israel.
Right.
Let go.
Yeah.
Stop holding on to these decrepit people, Jerusalem, that disobeys everything about God. Let them go. So it comes a point in time in life, and it's sad to say that you took years and years and years of explaining the laws and explaining and chasing after things that wasn't worth you chasing, because they don't want to serve God. They truly don't want to serve God, and they really wasn't worth you chasing. But you continue to chase and beg and plead because your concern and your love allows you to do these things. But people don't know how to differentiate when love is being shown.
They don't know love.
See, when you truly love somebody, you just don't let it go like that.
No.
God didn't let us go like that. God said, man, I'm waiting for these people to return back to me.
That's right.
I'm waiting for y'all to return. I don't care about how many idols you've been lying with, how many deities you worshipped. I'm waiting for you to come back to me. Drop all that and come on back. Tamshi.
Cut off thine hair, O Jerusalem, and cast it away. Take up a lamentation on high places, for the Lord hath rejected.
Take up a lamentation on high places, for the Lord hath what?
Rejected.
Rejected
And forsaken.
The generation of his wrath. God has rejected and despised and abandoned this generation.
Say it again, brother.
Wait, man.
Say it again, brother.
Do we not you don't hear this?
I don't think you understand that.
You don't understand this, man? Are we hearing this, man?
That's right.
God has abandoned us.
That's
and
right.
he despises us.
That's
The
right.
only way we can lift this up off of us if we start to begin to take heed to every word that is in this book.
Right.
Okay? God is not dealing with us as a whole no more.
No nation, man.
God is not dealing with us as a nation no more. You know why? You know why I can tell you? It's proof. Because what you do, or what a person do that call himself after Israel, it don't reflect on all Israelites.
That's right.
You gonna bear it.
That's right.
To where back in the days, amongst the nation in this book, when one mess up, God visit the people, visit everybody. He's not dealing with us as a whole no more, people.
That's right.
I say he's not dealing with us as a whole no more, people. He's dealing with us individually. Individually. I say individually. So what you do, Godson, ain't gonna affect me.
That's right. Talk about it, brother.
To where, when we read in the book, God got angry at the nation. And he moved King David to number the people so that he can plague the people. You hear that? King David got moved to number the people because he wanted a reason to get at the nation. At that point in time, he was dealing with us as one people, as a whole.
As one man.
God ain't dealing with us like that today.
No.
He's dealing with us individually. Individually, that's how God is dealing with us. You would take it or leave it, brother, but this is what it is. Tom Sheik, where we at?
Verse 30.
Verse 30.
For the children of Judah have done evil in my sight, saith the Lord.
Uh-huh.
They have set their abominations in the house, which is called by my name, to pollute it.
Mm-mm.
And they have built the high places of Tophet.
Uh-oh. What verse is that? 31?
31.
He said, they have built the high places of Tophet. What is Tophet?
Uh-oh.
Tophet means what? Place of fire. Place of fire. We're going to dig into that now. Tophet is a place in the southern end of the valley of the son of Hinnom. Okay? Hinnom means lamentation, cries. After they burnt up your only son, burnt them up, they sit there and lament.
Amen.
But this fire was a baptism.
That's right.
It was a baptism.
That's right.
To where the people today use water
Right.
and take your newborn baby. As I seen this preacher grab the man's baby by the head, hold him by the head, turn him upside down. He went so deep the head, the baby bumped his head in the bottom of the tub. Next thing, when he come back out, the baby crying, hurting now. The mother looking at the man, snatch the baby, you damn fool. Why you jouncing and dousing my baby? Where do we get holy water from? How do we get holy water? The only way to have holy water, you need a holy altar.
Uh-oh.
Because whatever touches the altar becomes holy.
Uh-oh.
This is why you didn't have brooms in the temple, because they had dust that gathered around the altar, that now the ashes and those dust was used to make bitter water to give this woman to drink. Nothing, everything in that temple was holy.
Everything.
Once that water touched the altar, it's holy. That's how you get holy water.
That's right.
We don't have no altar, so there is no more holy water.
Right.
It is all a fairy tale.
That's right.
It is lies. When people go to get baptized and they take them, and the preacher grab them, and he's sitting in the tub. He said, "Okay, son, you ready?" He said, "I'm ready. I'm ready." He take them, and he chants some things, take them and dip them out in the water, hold them there. The man starts suffocating. He's starting to die now. He done nipped the water. All right, now you can come up. What is this, man?
Man, it is
It's madness.
It is madness.
It's madness. It's madness, man. Where we at, man?
Verse 31.
Now, hold on. A place in the southern end of the valley of the son of Hinnom, south of Jerusalem. Tophet was a place dedicated to the horrible rites of human sacrifice. Of immolation of children to Baal and other abominable idols.
Immolation.
Immolation.
That's when you set them on fire.
That's right. That's when you set them on fire. That's why we don't do what you call that? What you call that when you burn? Cremate. That wasn't our custom to cremate bodies. I said that wasn't our custom to cremate bodies. No cremation. Brother asks, see, these are people that don't read the book, man. And now I gotta explain everything. The book we never read nowhere in the book where we did cremation. You know who did cremation? The Greeks and the Romans. Babylonians, they all did cremation. We didn't do that. We took our dead and we buried them.
That's right. We didn't carry their ashes around.
Okay? We took the dead and we buried them. Don't cremate my body.
In the urn.
Bury me in the dirt.
Put it up on the shelf.
Where we at, brother?
Verse 31. They have built the high places of Tophet, which is in the valley of the son of Hinnom, to burn their sons and their daughters in the fire, which I commanded them not.
Commanded them not. I told you not to do it. Read.
Neither came it into my heart. Therefore, behold, the days come, saith the Lord, that it shall no more be called Tophet, nor the valley of the son of Hinnom, but the valley of slaughter. But they shall bury in Tophet, so there be no place. The carcasses of this people shall be meat for the fowls of the heaven and for the beasts of the earth, and none shall fray them away.
Read.
Then I will cause to cease from the cities of Judah and from the streets of Jerusalem the voice of mirth and the voice of gladness, the voice of the bridegroom and the voice of the bride, for the land shall be desolate.
Okay, let's cut that. Let's cut that and let's go to Proverbs chapter 18. Let's go to Proverbs chapter 18. Go into a little wisdom, right? And Solomon received and got all this wisdom because God gave it to him. And when Solomon loaned his heart to folly, guess what? His wisdom remained with him. It didn't leave. Because whatever God gives you, you don't lose. So he was able to do certain things that the ordinary man couldn't do. You will lose your mind. You will lose your mind. But this man kept his wisdom and he kept his wits. Time sheet. Proverbs chapter 18.
Through desire, a man having separated himself, seek it and intermeddle it with all wisdom.
Wait a minute. Through desire. Through desire. A man that has separated himself from the secular and the profane things, right? Seek it and intermeddle it with all wisdom. Huh? You're going to read this book. Your head is there. And the only place where you're going to find wisdom at is in this book.
Right.
You're going to read, or you can't read, or you're going to listen. You're going to put time in for God. Because this is what you're seeking and looking for. Let's read.
A fool hath no delight in understanding.
A fool had no delight in understanding. What is understanding? To depart from evil. That's understanding. Huh? A fool haven't made his mind up to serve God. A fool has not made his mind up to serve God. They will continue to be in and out with God. Go ahead.
But that his heart may discover itself.
But that his heart may discover. In the Hebrew, it means to reveal. Teach galot. His heart and how you is, you're going to reveal who you truly are. You're going to reveal your true self. Tom sheet.
When the wicked cometh, then cometh also contempt.
It says when the wicked comes, then comes contempt. And with ignominy, reproach. Okay, so let's dig into these words now. Contempt. Beit Shabut Zion. Contempt is a feeling that a person is beneath consideration. That's not right. Everyone should be considered. Not choosing who you want to consider from who you don't want to consider. Everyone should be considered. Ignominy. Qualong. Qualong means public shame, dishonor, public embarrassment.
That's what happens when the wicked comes.
Reproach, kirpa. It means to express. It means to express disappointment in, to express your disappointment in, or displeasure in. Okay? So now, where do you find wisdom? Wisdom, you find it in the book, in the law. And how do you receive wisdom? Through performance of the laws of God. So if you're not performing and fulfilling these laws, commandments, and statutes correctly, according to how you read it, then you're gonna lack wisdom. You're not gonna have no wisdom. You're gonna say foolish and stupid things that doesn't coincide with what God says. You're going to come up with your own ideas,
That you think is
your own opinions, how you feel, how you think. And that's all because you are not performing and fulfilling the things and doing the things that gives wisdom. Okay? So reproach means what? To express disappointment in or displeasure in. So when you blame, it creates a fog. This is why it ain't good to blame. You got to look at yourself. We blame without looking at ourselves. When you blame, it creates a fog that makes it hard, if not impossible, to see the situation from another perspective. I'm always blaming, and it creates a fog, a block. Huh? And it makes it impossible to see the situation from another perspective. Let me turn the table around and see how this person would react if it happened to him. Let me turn this around and see how you would react if it happened to you. What you would do if it happened to you. How you will handle it. Then things will be different. If we look at situations the way we need to be looking at the situation. He said, those who blame tend to have a fragile sense of self-worth. They believe they can't make a mistake, or accepting responsibility for something negative will make them flawed. That's pride. That's pride. Me accepting my fault is only going to make me better.
Yes.
Me accepting that I'm wrong is only going to make me better.
Right.
Oh, me accepting these things is going to make me improve and get better with God. Go ahead, Tamshi.
4.
Verse
The
4.
words of a man's mouth are as deep waters,
The words of a man's mouth are as deep waters. Read.
and the wellspring of wisdom as a flowing brook.
It
It is not good to accept the person of the wicked.
is not good to accept the persons of the wicked. It is, the word for accept is not side. It means to support or to exalt. It's not good to support. You got to watch who you support and who you hold down. Because we support and we hold down wickedness. Yeah. We support and we hold down and we exalt wickedness. Yeah. The person is evil. You can't hold that person down in his wickedness.
That's my child, brother.
I don't care if it's your child.
Yeah.
You cannot hold that person down and support that person in his wickedness.
That's right. Talk about it.
Tom C.
To overthrow the righteous in judgment.
A
fool's lips enter into contention.
A fool's lips did what?
Enter into contention.
Yeah, because you done said the wrong thing.
Yeah.
A fool's lips enter into contention, arguments, strife. You done said the wrong thing.
Somebody answered it.
And somebody answered it. And his mouth called it for strokes. Now, what you said, the things that you done said out of your mouth, now you got to get your head bust.
Because you went too far.
Because you went too far. Sometimes, most of the time, we go too far because we get all emotional and we say things that ought not to be said. We do things that ought not to be done. Proverbs chapter 18, verse 7.
A fool's mouth is his destruction, and his lips are the snare of his soul. The words of a talebearer are as wounds.
The words of a talebearer are as wounds. The word for talebearer is nirgan. It means a mischief maker, a backbiter. What is a backbiter? A backbiter says mean or spiteful things about a person when they are not there. What is spiteful? Spiteful things are hurtful things. I said this to hurt you.
That's my intention.
But if I had the consideration, if I considered my neighbor, then I would watch my words. And I would watch the things that I say because I don't want it to seem offensive to you and I don't want to hurt you. So therefore, I will have to watch my words. Go ahead.
The words of a talebearer are as wounds, and they go down into the innermost parts of the belly. He also that is slothful in his work is brother to him that is a great waster. The name of the Lord is a strong tower.
The name of the Lord is a strong tower.
The righteous runneth into it and is safe.
The righteous run into it and is safe. Read.
The rich man's wealth is his strong city.
Uh-huh.
It has a high wall in his own conceit.
Uh-huh.
Before destruction, the heart of man is haughty.
Before destruction, before you fall, pride is at its highest. You are at your highest in pride. Read.
And before honor is humility.
Before honor is humility. Tom C.
He that answereth a matter before he heareth it, it is folly and shame unto him.
Okay, hold that right there. Where we at?
13.
Okay, let me go back now. Stay where you at. The rich man's wealth is a strong city, and as an high wall in his own conceit. The word for conceit is maskit. In his own imagination, in his own thoughts, he built this self-confidence, this high wall under his own thoughts, in his own confidence. You hear that, man? Go ahead.
Before destruction, the heart of man is haughty, and before honor is humility. 13. He that answereth a matter before he heareth it, it is folly and shame unto him.
Okay, so what is, stay at verse 13. Humility means meek. Anawa, I am noon wild hay. It means meek and humility. Now, what is humility? Humility is a low view of one's own importance.
Okay.
Which means if you have a low view of one's own importance, you're not going to make comparisons. I'm not going to say, well, I'm better than this person, or I'm better than that person, or this one is nice and then I'm nice too. I'm not worried about none of that. That's pride. And we need to be more humble with ourselves. It said the feeling or attitude that you have no special importance that makes you better than others. I stopped doing that. I don't say I'm better than nobody and doing nothing. I just know I can do this and I'm good at it. That's it. I ain't better than nobody. I'm just good at it and I know I'm confident in what I do here.
Okay.
That's it. I don't want to compete with you because God don't like that.
That's right.
I don't want to be in competition with you because God don't like that.
That's right.
Are we hearing this? So stop competing with each other because what avail it? What? Okay, so you're better than me. What do you want? You want a doggy biscuit? You want me to get you some Kittles and Bits? Rice Krispies? You want some treats?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
You want treats? You want a snackle?
Snacko.
We got some Lay's potato chips for you. What do you want? All right, you're better than me. So what? I'm not competing with you. And I have to show God humility by not saying and humbleness before God, by not voicing certain things. By not voicing certain things because it emulates pride. It shows proud and pride in the person. I'm trying to muffle that. I'm trying to dead that thing called pride. Because I want to serve God. And I know that's in the way. Pride, being proud, and being vain are the two obstacles that we need to get over to serve God. These are two obstacles we need to get over. It's called ego. Sakari said, ego. Your ego. Let it go. Let that go and muffle it. Let's read.
Verse 13. He that answereth a matter before he heareth it, it is folly and shame unto him.
You're right. You cotton picking right. You done answered a matter that you didn't even hear what went down.
Let me finish.
Let me finish and tell you what happened. You already condemning.
There's more. Let me finish.
Can I finish saying what I have to say without you cutting me off and making judgment? Go ahead.
The spirit of a man will sustain his infirmity.
Wait a minute. He said the spirit of a man, right?
Will sustain.
That what?
Will sustain his infirmity.
Wait a minute. The spirit of a man will sustain his what?
His infirmity.
His infirmity. Huh?
Uh-oh.
That's interesting.
You know what's the word for sustain? Yikalkel. It means to maintain or hold. Huh? The spirit of man will sustain or hold his infirmity. Makale. Makale means his wickedness. The spirit of a man will maintain his wickedness. The same way you can maintain and hold on to your wickedness, you can maintain and hold on to righteousness. Okay?
Yeah.
Go ahead, read. But a wounded spirit, who can bear? Nobody can handle that. The word for bear is Yisa Ena. A wounded spirit, who can forgive? Huh? When a person has that wounded and broken spirit, they're broken. Those are the type of people that see their faults and recognize their faults. You got, so who can forgive? You have no choice. You gotta forgive them. Go ahead.
The heart of the prudent getteth knowledge.
Oh, the heart of the prudent. The heart of the prudent. The leb, the heart, the mind, the will, the inner man. The inner man is a person's true or internal mind. True or internal soul or nature. That is your will. Your will is the desire, the inclination or choice you make in your life. Okay, go ahead.
The heart of the prudent.
The heart of the prudent.
Getteth knowledge.
Prudent is one that governs and disciplines himself. He said the heart of the prudent gets knowledge. Read.
But the ear of the wise seeketh knowledge.
Uh-huh.
A man's gift maketh room for him, and bringeth him before great men. He that is first in his own cause seemeth just. He that is first in his own cause seemeth just. You hurried up. You hurried up to tell the story. And when the first person get to the judge to tell their story, he think he right. Same thing like today. Whoever calls the cops first, that's the one they lean towards. Yeah, you could be lying.
You could be lying. But you call the police first.
So they're gonna go
by what you said.
Right.
Go ahead.
But his neighbor cometh and searcheth him.
His neighbor comes and he search. Wait a minute. What verse was that?
17.
Oh, right. It says the one who states his case first seems right. Seems right.
Mm-hmm.
He said, but his neighbor search it. The word for search is kakwab. It means to search. That's right. To investigate, to examine, to inquire diligently, regardless of who came to me first. I don't care if you come. I got to inquire in a situation and examine whether you telling the truth or not before I start going with you. You can't take certain things and just run with it without inquiry.
That's right.
Tom C.
The lot causeth contentions to cease.
The lot. The lot was used for systematically making decisions. And that worked. Whenever they shot that lot, and the lot hit this, and you wrong, you wrong. Go ahead, read.
And parted between the mighty.
Uh-huh.
A brother offended is harder to be won.
A brother offended is harder to be won than a strong city. And their contentions are like the bar of a castle. Read.
A man's belly shall be satisfied with the fruit of his mouth.
Uh-huh. A man's belly shall be satisfied with the fruit of his mouth. And ain't nothing like it. Ain't nothing like it. You go to work hard, you're satisfied with the works of your own doings, you're satisfied. Read.
And with the increase of his lips shall he be filled.
Read.
Death and life are in the power of the tongue.
That's right.
And they that love it shall eat the fruit thereof.
Mm-hmm.
Whoso findeth a wife findeth a good thing, and obtaineth favor of the Lord.
Whoso findeth a wife. A wife. But nowadays, women are not being taught how to be a
That's a
wife
different idea, man.
because their mothers were not wives. So they don't have much
It's
to
a
teach their daughter on how to be a wife,
Right.
how to hold this man and keep this man. Most women don't know how to keep their men.
You know?
That's right.
So you got to be taught how to be a wife.
Yeah.
The same way men has to be taught how to be husbands.
That's right.
You can tell whether this man is a good husband or not. Just watch him. He said, nah, he's not a good husband. I wouldn't want him with my daughter. Nah, she's not a good wife. She's not a good woman. I wouldn't want her for my son. Huh? Switch it around. Man and woman.
That's right.
Would you like your son with a woman like yourself? Switch it around. Would you want a wife with a man like yourself? And then we'll be able to see everything clearly. Because now, deep down inside, you know you're wrong. But you justify your wrongdoing. Like you all right. But you wouldn't want no woman doing that to your son.
Right.
So why you do it to this woman?
That's right.
Why you treat her that way? Why you move that way with her? When you know it's wrong, and if your son get dealt, or if you see it, if it's done to your own son, you wouldn't like it. Because it's not right. So now I look at things differently. Would I want my daughter to be treated this way? No. So why I'm treating her that way? I gotta treat this woman a little better now.
Yeah.
Do I want my daughter to be getting beat on and ragged and pulled from her wig and extensions and all over the place and throwing her into the wall? No, I don't want my daughter going through that. So why are you doing that to this woman here?
That's right.
To someone else's daughter?
That's right.
So your
Beat
heart
up on the woman.
We got to turn these things around and ask
Talk about it.
ourselves, would we like it?
That's right.
That's
And
all.
if you wouldn't like it, then you
That's
know
all.
you shouldn't be
That's
doing it.
all. That's
Right.
Time sheet.
The poor use it in treaties,
The poor use it in treaties.
but the rich answer it roughly.
The
True.
poor use it in treaties. What is the word for entreaties? Taknun. It means supplications. Supplication means to plead humbly. Huh? So if you want something, you know it's the way that you ask. It's the way that you approach.
Yeah.
And you have to ask and approach in the humbling state.
Not like I owe you something.
Okay? Not like I owe you something or I have to or I'm obligated to do. No, I'm not obligated to do nothing.
Then you're gonna get shot.
Okay? But the rich
Answer.
answer it, the poor use it in treaties. Right? The word for use it is dabar. The poor speak it or declare humbly.
Yeah.
Okay? He said, but the rich answer it roughly.
Yeah, they don't care who they are.
Tom C.
A man that hath friends must show himself friendly.
Uh-huh.
And there is a friend that sticketh closer than a brother.
Go to Psalms 39. Now the rich answer it roughly. You ain't even gotta be rich. You don't gotta have
See,
nothing.
that was back then.
That was back then. Now people don't have nothing. High water to cry with, and they answer you rough.
Poor. The poor.
The poor don't got nothing. But he answers you rough and don't have nothing. Let's go to Psalms chapter 39.
I said, I will take heed to my ways,
Uh-oh.
that I will sin not with my
He
tongue.
said, I said. This King David, man. This is the man right here, man. He said, I said, I would what?
I will take heed to
my ways. The word for taking heed is shamad. Shamad means to observe. So when we're taking heed to our ways, we are being very observant to ourselves. All right? To take notice of and register it as being significant. As being significant means what? important to be worthy of attention. All right? Go ahead. I will take heed to my ways. The word for ways is derek. Derek means what? Your mode, your manner, ways of living, and custom. I will take heed to my custom. Custom becomes a habit, long established practice. A custom becomes habitual, which describes a person's character and the way you think and your feelings. Okay? It becomes habitual. Ways of living consist of habits, custom, and beliefs. Your manners are a person outward bearing or way of behaving towards each other. Tom, see, these are the things that King David took heed to. How he moved, how he behaved, how he addressed himself, how he did this, how he did the other, how he reacted with this. These are things that we need to take heed to. Take heed to everything that our forefathers took heed to. Tom, see?
I will keep my mouth with a bridle. While the wicked is before me.
I will keep my mouth with a bridle while the wicked is before me. So that, guess what? I'm not going to mess around and say the wrong thing.
You can't say I said nothing.
You can't say I said nothing. I'm going to watch everything that I say out of my mouth.
Because I know who I'm around.
Because I see who I'm around. Go ahead.
I was done with silence. I held my peace, even from good. And my sorrow.
I was done with silence.
I held my peace, even from good.
I held my peace, even from good. It comes a point in time where you don't need to say nothing.
That's right.
I said it comes a point in time in life when you don't need to say a word because you have to consider the situation first before you start voicing your opinion, whether it's good or evil. Consider it don't matter. It was good that you said that, but it ain't the time. It's not the time to voice certain things. So we got to hold that back sometimes and wait for the right opportune time to voice certain things. Tamshi?
I was done with silence. I held my peace, even from good.
Tamshi?
And my sorrow was stirred.
My sorrows were stirred up. He said my sorrows were stirred up because I wasn't able to voice and to say what I needed to say. Tamshi?
My heart was hot within me.
My heart was hot within me.
While I was musing, the fire burned. The word for musing is meditating. While I was meditating, he said, the fire burned. I started to get more angry and more tight. Read.
Most High, make me to know mine end.
He said, oh Lord God. He said, please. He said, allow me to know my end. You know what's the word that they have here for end? Quit Z. Quit Z means your end of times. We all have an end of time. When we all have a time where our time ends on earth. And this man is asking God to make me know my end. Go ahead.
And the measure of my days.
And how long I'm going to live. The measure of my days and how long I'm going to live.
What it is.
What it is.
So that I may know how frail I am.
So that I may know how frail I am. Wait a minute. We understanding what King David is asking God? He said, make me to know the end of my time. All right? Make me to know the time of my end. Right? How long I'm going to live. What it is. That I may know how frail I am. The word for frail is kadel, that I may know if I'm forsaken or rejected. So depending on my end, you will know whether God forsakes you and rejected you. You will know if God accepted you and chose you, or was you one of God's elect. All determines according to your end. So if I died with a bullet in the back of my head and I had rats, cats, and dog feeding on my brain, that's not a good end. Now I know that my whole life God has forsaken me and I was rejected because of how I died. That's deep. That's deep, man. King David asked God about that. Huh? King David asked God about that. Read.
5.
5.
Behold, thou hast made my days as an handbreadth,
Uh-huh.
and mine age is as nothing before thee.
Uh-huh.
Verily, every man at his best
Verily, every
at
man
his best
at his best
is
state
altogether vanity.
is altogether vanity.
Selah.
Okay? The word for vanity is hebel. A lot of people say Abel name means to be vain. But when you do your studies, Abel wasn't vain. Hebel means a mere breath. I said Abel also means a mere breath. A mere breath is a short span, a short life. Abel wasn't vain. You know, I can tell you Abel wasn't vain because God accepted him.
Okay.
I said Abel was not vain because God accepted him.
Okay.
So why people who are unlearned come up on these YouTube videos talking about Abel was vain? Abel wasn't vain. Abel's name don't mean vain. One of the definitions of Abel or Hebel means a mere breath. He lived a short time on earth. Okay? God accepted that man.
That's right.
God accepted Abel.
That's right.
And because God accepted Abel, he accepted his offering.
That's right.
But the offerings was not set up yet. But because he was accepted of God, God led him towards offering up the right and the correct thing before God.
Right.
According to your acceptance of God, he will lead you in that correct way to do that which is lawful and right, so that you don't condemn yourself by doing things contrary from what you read in the book.
There you go.
Cain wasn't accepted of God.
Yeah.
God didn't accept him. So he sent up an offering that wasn't accepted, and God didn't accept his offering. And how did he know he wasn't accepted? How did Abel know his offering was accepted? Because we're dealing with the same God.
Yeah, that fire.
When they set up these offerings, fire from God came down from heaven, and it showed that God accepted his offering,
That's
but
right.
Cain didn't get a reaction. How do I know? Because when Solomon set up the offering, fire from heaven came down from heaven, and after the end of his prayer, and sucked up the whole offering. So we're dealing with the same God. That was the only way to know whether God accepted his offering or not.
Come watch out.
Just like today. Tom C, where we at?
6.
Verse 6, read.
Surely every man walketh in the vain show.
Surely every man walk in a vain show. You know what is a vain show? To be noticeable in the eyes of people.
Uh-oh.
Why do we do things to be noticeable in the eyes of people? That's vain. Go ahead. Huh? That's
Sure.
vain. Huh? A person, and that's why the brother said, listen, man, I'm not going to wear no more jewelry.
Yeah, man.
You know why? Because for me, I'm too vain.
Yeah.
And I do things, I like to be noticed.
Yeah, that's me.
So therefore, I don't want no jewelry.
Gang.
That's for him.
Yes,
That's how he look at it.
That's
and that's
right.
how he feel.
That's right.
And I can't denounce that
That's right.
and go again. That's the way he feel.
That's right.
Everybody's vanity is different.
That's right.
My vanity and the way I'm vain don't have to be yours.
That's right.
And your vanity don't have to be my vanity. But we all are vain.
Yeah.
It's just we're just vain in our own way. I put on a chain and I don't feel that way. That's why I told him, I said, man, brother, sold it to me. I'll take it. I don't feel that way. I still look at myself.
There you go.
But there are other things that shows that I'm vain. Go ahead.
Surely they are.
Now, what is vanity? Vanity is inflated feelings of pride in your superiority to others. Tom sheet, read.
Surely they are disquieted in vain. He heapeth up riches.
He heaped up riches.
And knoweth not who shall gather them.
He heaped up riches, and you don't even know who's going to gather it. Go ahead.
And now, Most High, what wait I for? My hope is in thee. Deliver me from all my
What verse
transgressions.
you at? Oh, I see. Go ahead.
Make me not the reproach of the foolish. I was dumb. I opened not my mouth, because thou didst it.
I was dumb. He said, I didn't have nothing to say because I recognized that God did it.
Don't have nothing to say.
Ain't that something? He said, I don't have nothing to say because I realized and recognized that God did it, man. So I don't have nothing else to say. Read.
Remove thy stroke away from me.
Uh-huh.
I am consumed by the blow of thine hand.
Read.
When thou rebukest us correct man for iniquity, thou makest his beauty to consume away like a moth. Surely every man is vanity. Salah.
That's it.
Hear my prayer, O Most High, give ear unto my cry. Hold not thy peace at my tears, for I am a stranger with thee and a sojourner as all my fathers were. O spare me that I may recover strength before I go hence and be no more.
Okay. Let's cut that. And we're going to end this off in the Apocrypha. All right. Let's go to the Apocrypha in Ecclesiasticus. Ecclesiasticus chapter 18. Okay. Let me know, everybody, when y'all get it. And Chief Ricardo, you got it?
Got it.
Tom sheet.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 18. He that liveth forever created all things in general.
Woo!
Shame.
He that liveth forever created all things in general.
Shemo.
Huh? Go ahead.
The Lord only is righteous.
God only is righteous.
Uh-huh.
The Lord only is righteous.
Right.
We're striving to be righteous. We're striving to be holy according to the laws and the commandments by fulfilling these laws, commandments, and statutes by God. Go ahead.
And there is none other but he.
There is none other but He. Ain't no other God, but ain't no deity besides Him.
No.
My God stands alone.
That's right.
He's the only God.
Labaro.
There's only one God.
Right.
Go ahead.
Who governeth the world with the palm of his hand. In all things obey his will.
Wait a minute. He said, what? Who governed
the
world with the palm of his hands?
In all things.
In the book, I read in the book where God said He got the earth sitting on two pillars. The earth ain't spinning nowhere. It's sitting on top of two pillars
That's right.
that people have not envisioned. They can't see it.
Satellites ain't picking that up.
Satellites don't pick it up. We have not picked that up.
Human eye ain't picking it up.
God set the earth on two pillars, man. The sun goes around the earth. The moon revolves around the earth and they spin around and do all this. The earth ain't spinning nowhere.
Stay still.
It's still. Go ahead.
In all things obey his will.
Everything obey the will of God. Except for man.
There you go.
Everything obeys the will of God except for man, except for us. Go ahead.
For he is the king of all.
He's the king of all.
By his power.
By his power,
Dividing holy things.
dividing holy
From among
things.
them profane.
Oh my goodness. He said by his power he divides holy things among them from profane. He even will separate you from this person if you are striving for righteousness and this one don't. Look, my father had friends, man. But there came a time upon a time when those friends separated themselves.
That's right.
Why? Because he didn't live that life no more.
That's right.
That they continue to live.
That's
So
right.
it was a separation.
They didn't feel comfortable.
You're not going to walk with the same people that you was walking before,
That's true.
walking with before when you decided to walk before God. You ain't gonna have the same friends no more.
Different views, man.
Different views. Go ahead.
To whom hath he given power to declare his works? And
To who?
To whom hath he given power to declare his works? And who shall find out his noble acts?
Wait a minute. What verse is that?
4.
To whom had he given power to declare his works? Wait a
They're
minute.
gonna get everything, man.
Wait a minute, man.
Yeah, take your time. Take your time.
So we need to ask ourselves that. When we start going into Genesis 1, they want to be explaining the work of God. God didn't give Ezra, Elijah, he didn't give none of these men that was better than you power to explain the work of
A
God.
lot of stuff they couldn't explain.
So who is you
Yeah.
to explain the work of God?
Yeah.
And godly man wasn't revealed.
Huh? And godly men that was chosen by God didn't
They
have
don't
it.
have the answer.
Okay.
They don't have the answer.
Okay.
But you got the answer?
Boy, they got the answer.
Huh? You got the answer?
Shady face got the answer.
Come on, man. Come on, man. Certain things need to be left alone.
That's right.
Keep it what it says in the book.
Keep it what it says in the book, and that's it.
That's all
Don't
right.
be adding on and taking away from the creation of God.
You're not gonna find nothing.
You're not going to find nothing
That's not it.
that God don't want you to find out.
That's right.
That's
He
right.
said, who can declare his work?
That's right.
Nobody.
That's right.
Who can explain that? Nobody. Read.
Who shall find out his noble acts?
Who could find out his noble
Wait,
acts?
so
Nobody.
who shall number the strength of his majesty?
Mm-hmm.
Who shall also tell of his mercies?
Uh-huh.
As for the wondrous works of the Lord, there may nothing be taken from them.
As for the wondrous works of the Lord, there may nothing be taken from them.
Neither may anything be put into unto them.
Uh-huh.
Neither can the ground of them be found out.
Uh-huh.
When a man hath done, then he beginneth.
When the man did, then he start. Read. Then you begin it.
And
And
when he leave it off, then he shall
Then
be
he
doubtful.
shall be doubtful.
What is
Then he
it?
shall be doubtful. Leave off from what? When you leave off from God,
That's right.
You're gonna be doubtful.
now you start creating doubt and speculations and
Yeah.
That's
what ifs and ands
that's
and
what got
ifs
you out of
and
here.
buts.
Yeah.
That's what happens.
Yeah.
Maybe I did the right thing by leaving. Look what happened. Look how I'm flourishing.
Yeah.
Look how I'm
That's what they
progressing.
That's what they
Yeah.
say.
That's what they say.
Uh-huh.
Go ahead.
And when he leaveth off, then he shall be doubtful.
Uh-huh.
Verse 8. What is man?
Ecclesiasticus in the Apocrypha, chapter 18, verse 8. What is man?
And whereto serveth he?
And where to serve he?
What is his good?
What is his good?
What is his evil?
And what is his evil? Go ahead, let's read.
The number of a man's days at the most are 100 years.
100 years. That's right. Go ahead.
As a drop of water
As a
unto
drop
the
of
sea,
water into the sea,
and a gravel stone
and
in
a gravel
comparison
stone
of
in the
sand.
comparison of the sand,
So are 1,000 years.
so are 1,000 years to the days of eternity. That's God.
God is the days of eternity.
God is the days of eternity because he lives on. He don't die. 1,000 years to God is nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing.
It's nothing. Read.
Ancient of days.
Right.
Therefore is God patient. with them.
Therefore, and this is the reason why God is so patient with us. Read.
And poureth forth his mercy upon
And
us.
pour forth his mercy upon us.
He saw and perceived their end. to be
God
evil.
saw and he perceived the end to be evil.
Naturally, it's gonna be evil.
Naturally. You know why?
Naturally.
There you go.
Now, because your end is evil, don't mean. See, let me explain this.
Yeah. Take your time.
We can serve God in righteousness. Don't sin presumptuous
Right.
and follow God 1,000%.
Yeah.
But your end could still be evil. Like this, like those 7 sons.
And then her son-
Hannah, her 7 sons, them boys pursued God and pushed for God, pushed for righteousness, but their end was evil. But they realized that they went through this, they're going through this because of the sins of their fathers.
They accepted that.
They have accepted that. And then they told them, he said, listen, you want to take my hand, you can take it. Because God will get this back to me. God giving this arm back to me. Whatever you take, God is giving it back.
That's right.
Go ahead.
Therefore is God patient with them and pouring forth his mercy upon them. He saw and perceived their end to be evil. Therefore he multiplied his compassion.
Therefore he multiplied and multiplied his compassion. Therefore he multiplied and multiplied his mercy. Read.
The mercy of man is toward his neighbor.
The mercy of man is towards his neighbor.
But the mercy of the Lord is upon all flesh.
Wait a minute. Read this. It says the mercy of man is towards his neighbor. Right? But the mercy of God is towards everybody.
All flesh.
All flesh. He said God is merciful to all. God is merciful to all. Let's read.
He reprove it and nurture it and teach it.
He reprove it, which means he
Nurture it.
chastise you. He reprimands you. He corrects you. Then he nurture it, upbringing, training, and teach it, and bring it again as a shepherd his flock. After God chastise you and train you and do all this, he bring you back. He bring you right back. Go ahead, read.
He had mercy on them that receive discipline.
God had mercy on them that receives discipline. So if you're the type of guy that accepts discipline, you're the type of guy that accepts chastisement, God will have mercy upon you because you receive his discipline.
Right.
Okay? And that diligently seek after his judgments. Verse 15, Ecclesiastes chapter 18, verse 15. My son,
blemish not thy good deeds.
Blemish not your good deeds.
Neither use uncomfortable words.
Neither use uncomfortable words.
When thou givest anything.
When thou givest anything. You see how you blemish your good deeds? We blemish our good deeds when we use uncomfortable words when I'm giving something to you. The person is in need. Certain things that I don't need to say. Certain things I don't need to add in to make me feel a way. Because now after what you done said, I don't want it no more. You could keep that. And I'd rather starve than take something from you. You know what God said? You blemish your good deeds when you do these things, man. Tom Shee.
Shall not the dew assuage the heat?
Shall not the dew assuage the heat?
So is a word better than
a word is 100% times better than a gift.
Yes, it is.
Read.
Lo, is not a word better than a gift? But both are with a gracious man.
Word. He said, but these things are with a gracious man.
Only come from one
type of person. Tom Shee.
A fool will upbraid churlishly.
A fool will upbraid churlishly.
And the gift of the envious consumeth the eye.
Tom Shee.
Learn before thou speak.
Learn before thou speak.
Call Israel.
Said, learn before thou speak. So before you speak, learn. Educate yourself on what you're speaking about. Educate yourself on what you're speaking about so you don't say the wrong thing. Tom Shee.
Learn before thou speak.
Learn before thou speak.
And use physics.
And use physics.
Or ever thou be sick.
Before you get sick. You know what's physics? Physics is herbs. Physics is medication. Why wait until you get sick to go drink the herbs? Why wait till you get sick to start treating yourself? Okay? Why? Herbs are preventatives. That's what this is.
Yes.
Preventatives.
Prevention.
Prevents. Don't wait till you get sick to start pushing up on the herbs.
Yeah.
Tom Shee.
A fool will upbraid churlishly.
A fool will upbraid churlishly.
And a gift of the envious consumeth the eyes.
What verse we at?
I'm at 19 now.
Tom Shee.
Learn before thou speak and use physic, or ever thou be sick.
Hold up. He
Verse
said,
20.
before judgment, examine yourself. Huh? And in the day of visitation, thou shalt find mercy. Humble thyself before thou be sick. Humble yourself before destruction.
Yeah.
Right? And in time of sin, show repentance. Show some type of remorse.
Yeah,
Show
talk
some
about
type.
it.
Be
Talk about
sorrowful.
it. Yeah, talk about it,
All
John.
right?
Talk
Let
about it.
nothing hinder thee to pay thy vows in due time, and defer not until death
Yeah.
to be justified.
Yeah, talk about it.
Before thou prayest,
about it.
prepare thyself,
Uh-huh.
and be not as one that tempted God.
Uh-huh.
When
Say
you
it
go
again.
before God, you don't just voice and say every and anything. You have to prepare these prayers so that these
Say it again,
prayers
bro.
can go up before God in a righteous way,
Say it again,
in a
bro.
humble way,
Yeah.
right?
Say it again, bro.
When thou hast enough, remember the time of hunger. And when thou art rich, think upon poverty and need. Every man of understanding knoweth wisdom, and will give praise unto him that found her. Go not after thy lust, but refrain thyself from thine appetite. And with that, I already got what was bought.
Yeah.
And I'm going to say Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom to God.
And I'm going to call up the next speaker. Next speaker, teacher indeed, Chief Mikhail Ben Lewy.
Shalom.
Giving all praises to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob. Giving all due respect to my father, my teacher, my leader, Chief Eliezer Ben Dodo of the tribe of Lewi. Giving all due respect to Chief Men, Prince Men, brothers and sisters, visitors. I bid you out of the tongue of all forefathers. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom to God.
At this time, I would like for everybody to rise and prepare to repeat after me of Exodus chapter 20.
Shalom. Constitution.
And God spake all these words, saying,
And God spake all his words, saying,
I am the Lord thy God,
I am the Lord thy God,
which I brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
which I brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
out of the house of bondage.
out of the house of bondage.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
or any likeness of anything
or any likeness of anything
that is in heaven above,
that is in heaven above,
or that is in the earth beneath,
and to the earth beneath,
or that is in the water under the earth.
and to the water under the earth.
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
nor serve them.
nor serve
For
them.
I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God,
For I, the Lord thy God, am jealous God,
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
visiting the iniquities of fathers
upon the children,
upon the children,
to the third and fourth generation of them that hate me,
to the third and fourth generation of them that hate me,
and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me,
and show mercy unto thousands of them that love me,
and keep my commandments.
and keep my commandments.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
For the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
For the Lord will not hold guiltless that take his name in vain.
Remember the Sabbath day,
Remember the Sabbath day,
to keep it holy.
keep it holy.
6 days shalt thou labor,
6 days shalt thou labor,
and do all thy work.
and do all thy work.
But the 7th day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
The 7th day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
In it
In it
thou shalt not do any work.
thou shalt not do any work.
Thou,
Thou,
nor thy son,
nor thy son,
nor thy daughter,
nor thy daughter,
thy manservant,
nor thy
nor
manservant,
thy maidservant,
nor thy maidservant,
nor thy cattle,
nor thy cattle,
nor thy stranger that is within thy gates.
nor thy stranger that is in thy gates.
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
For 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
the sea,
the sea,
and all that in the midst.
and all that in the midst.
The rest is the 7th day.
The rest is the 7th day.
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day,
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day,
and hallowed it.
hallowed it.
Honor thy father and thy mother,
Honor thy father and thy mother,
that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
for the days that belong upon the land the Lord thy God giveth thee.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife.
Nor his manservant.
Nor his manservant.
Nor his maidservant.
Nor his maidservant.
Nor his ox.
Nor his ox.
Nor his ass.
Nor his ass.
Nor anything that is thy neighbor.
Nor anything that is thy neighbor.
You may be seated. And all the people saw the thunderings and the lightning, and the noise of the trumpet, and the mountain smoking. And when the people saw it, they removed and stood afar off. And they said unto Moses, Speak thou with us, and we will hear. But let not God speak with us, lest we die. And Moses said unto the people, Fear not, for God is come to prove you, and that his fear may be before your faces, that ye sin not. And the people stood afar off, and Moses drew near unto the thick darkness where God was. And the Lord said unto Moses, Thus thou shalt say unto the children of Israel, Ye have seen that I have talked with you from heaven. You shall not make with me gods of silver, neither shall ye make unto you gods of gold. An altar of earth thou shalt make unto me, and shalt sacrifice thereon thy burnt offerings and thy peace offerings, thy sheep and thine oxen. In all places where I record my name, I will come unto thee, and I will bless thee. And if thou wilt make me an altar of stone, thou shalt not build it of hewn stone. For if thou lift up thy tool upon it, thou hast polluted it. Neither shalt thou go up by steps into mine altar, that thy nakedness be not discovered thereon. That was Exodus chapter 20. They call it the 10 Commandments. These are the 10 words that God gave Moses on top of Mount Sinai when he went to speak with God. Okay? And these are the words, these are the commandments that they had to abide by in the wilderness. Okay? A lot of the other laws came after they came into the land. It got into effect after that. They couldn't do the Jubilee laws. They couldn't do certain things until they said, when you come into the land, then you do this, then you do that. But these commandments they got before they got into the land. Okay? These commandments and these words they got on Mount Sinai when they were scared.
Right.
That's why God said later on, he said, Moses said, fear not. He said, in other words, don't be afraid because you're not going to die. Fear God. You don't mean don't fear God. Meaning don't be afraid you're not going to die.
Yeah.
Okay? But God has come to prove you, to test you, all right? And that his fear, the fear that you're supposed to have for God will be before your faces that you don't sin. So that when you're not around the fire that's making you afraid, you will still be afraid. That will be in your head and be like, yo, I don't know what he looked like, but I know that was his voice I heard.
Yeah.
And he activated all this action that's going on around me that I didn't want to be around. We all told Moses, go.
Right.
We will do whatever God say, but we're not walking up in there and talking with him because we're going to die.
Yeah.
We're going to burn. He is in the fire talking to God. God said, I talk to you out the fire. You have seen no similitude. You know what similitude means? Shape, form, detail. You can't put a shape on God. He's no color.
For a replica.
You can't say this is what God looked like.
Right.
Okay? Because for you or anybody to do that, that's automatic sin.
Right.
Okay, that's
Yeah,
why
say again, mate.
for you or anyone to do that, to describe how he looks, or to be able to see and describe how he looks, that is sin, and that's why you die. That's why he said, if anybody gaze in what? The smoke. Yeah. To try to see who he talking to.
Talk about it, man.
I want to see what God looks like.
Talk about it, man.
But you can't approach God the way you want to approach this guy who you used to serve. Okay? Many decades ago, we had pictures on our walls. We had statues. People would come in this living room and say, wow, your Ima hooked it up. You know what made it hooked up? You know what hooked the house up? Images, statues, portraits, idols. These are the things that everybody in the world decorate their environments where they live, where they dwell. Even if you're in prison, that little hole that you got, it got images on it.
Right.
Home decor. Okay? It's about images. And God said he hate all images.
Talk about it, man.
Even in the versions of the Old Testament that Israelites are reading today that are very modern, in certain parts still didn't get changed.
Yeah.
But he said, I hate all images.
Talk about it.
God said he hates, so now you look up what an image is.
Talk about it, bro.
What is an image? A likeness of something that is not alive.
That's right. Talk about it.
It looks like Kazan, but it's not Kazan. It looks like Chief Shama, but it's not Shama. It looks like me, but it's not me. It looks this statue here is lifelike. You know what that means? It looked like at any moment it can move, but it's life. It's like lifeless. It don't have no life. It's made to look like me, to resemble me, or you, or an animal. That's
right.
as far as it goes.
Right. Okay.
So God don't like it when you make likenesses
Talk about it.
of
man.
anything.
Talk about it.
When
man.
you look up, sun, moon, and stars. Now the sun, moon, and stars. There's a purpose for the sun.
That's right.
Okay? And if you read in Genesis and don't add on, it tells you the purpose for the sun.
That's right.
They don't say to give heat.
No.
That's secondary. That's tertiary. God knows that it's going to give heat. It's not for greenhouse
That's
effect.
right. Talk about it.
It's so that you know the evening makes one day. You know when it's day. You know when it's night. He gave us time. That's where time comes from.
Right.
The movement of the sun, moon, and stars.
Yeah.
That's it. When you start looking at it as anything else,
The clouds.
you worship sun, moon, and stars.
In the cloud.
The clouds and everything you see. That's why I say you be driven. You have an urge to look at these things and pray to it. Do more than acknowledge what God made it for. Don't fall into the trap that the rest of the world has fallen into. Oh, we're going into Genesis chapter 1. Okay, so get ready. And in Genesis, you will see how God established the Sabbath. Before any day, that day was named. All the other days was not named. Right or wrong?
That's right.
God said in the 6th day, he said, then the 7th day came, God ceased from his work. He ceased from creating.
Right.
It ain't no sweat to bust for God, or it's not hard work or labor for God to create nothing.
That's right.
He wills it. He speaks it. And at the
That's
same time, when he brings whatever he wants into existence, he gets a name at the
That's
same
right.
time.
That's right.
The heavens was named by God.
Right.
Okay? The waters were named by God. He said the waters, and that's why we call it. See, certain standards got changed. But that sun come up and go down. And there was a number of days ever since then that cannot be changed.
Facts.
So you can number first day, second day, third day, fourth day, fifth day, sixth day, Shabbat. That don't change. You are able to observe the Shabbat in all your dwellings in any era of this planet.
Facts.
In 1709, okay? In the ancient world, BC time, and now and in the future, no one is unable to observe the Shabbat.
Okay. Facts. Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
I don't care how many calendars got turned around, whether it was sun, moon, stuff, okay? No matter about that. God told us in the month Abib, and we all have a month Abib in both calendars. Okay, your sun calendar, the moon calendar, all calendars, you got a month called Abib.
That's right.
And that's when you start counting your months. That's it. We're reading this, and you want to put too much on it. God said, don't add on.
That's right.
Yo, it's a lot of adding on going on.
That's right. Nothing but.
But nothing being done. There's a lot of scholars in Israel, and they're telling you things no other teacher is going to be able to see it and read. But you do not do none of the commandments of God.
Yeah. But the Negro ball.
And every law that you read, you got it different. You add on.
Yeah, talk about it.
We can't read this book with this type of mindsets.
Okay, I won't. All right, I won't.
All right?
Okay.
I can't read this book with the mindset. Yeah, so whenever Chishama come here and he talking about blood, I'm going to pick this chapter and say, well, what about this? Well, what about that? Y'all got to stop that. That is not the way to learn.
No. Right.
Go to college right now and tell that professor, look, he wrong. He may be wrong, but you getting kicked out. We don't want you here. So if you do not agree with what you hear, you do not have to say nothing. Go on another channel, please.
Go to sleep like
No, just go on another channel. This is not nothing to force anybody. This is education of learning who a true and living God is and how to serve him for the rest of your life. Something the world is not going to get. This is an opportunity. Okay? I see people are blocking what they should be accepting.
Yeah, it's the adversary, man.
But hey, God is the one that determines. God knows who's going to hearken.
That's right.
God knows who his people is.
That's right.
So I leave that to God. My thing is, go where your kind is at. Go where people who think like you accept how you think. Nothing is going to get changed here but righteousness for serving God.
That's right.
That's what my father established here with us.
Yeah, if it ain't in the book, we ain't
Okay?
with it.
Y'all, look, when y'all talking to any of us, you're talking to my father.
That's right.
And he didn't bend.
And if it ain't in the book,
And the way he trained us was to study this book, okay, in the Hebrew. Okay?
That's right.
And he didn't leave that there like that, right or wrong.
No.
He didn't leave us like that.
No.
He wanted to see if we understood what we were studying. Because we ran into other things in definitions. And you have to be able to say discern. Discern means tell the difference. Whether this meaning goes along with this. Because you look up the Hebrew word, you're going to get meanings in English. And not all the times all those meanings go along with what that Hebrew word means.
Facts. Message.
Okay?
Facts.
Just take in consideration. Slow y'all horses down. You just got here. All right?
I ain't never
It said don't vex the stranger, but the stranger comes and vexes Israel. You know why I say that? Because now the stranger back then, you got nothing to say. You're listening and you're learning and following the right things. Today, strangers come along with reserve from the life that they came from that thinks that makes them very smart. And they're going to come and show me or you something we've been doing all our lives that's accepted by God.
And your head wrong.
And you're going to tell me something different. That just tells me you have been blocked.
Block, yes.
And the things that you know that are commands, you're not doing.
Okay.
Because that's why you're blocked.
Okay.
See, what
Block,
you do,
yes.
what you know now, the little bit you know now, you're not doing.
Okay.
So you will never understand certain things that get broken down.
Right.
You're not going to get to this level.
You're going to transcend. Fact.
Okay? I've never seen a karate film where any of the students taught the teacher something.
Sensei.
First of all, their teacher, not saying you have to be this way, but they did this to excel. Back then, their teacher was like their father. His father is 100 miles away. His mother is probably 100 miles away. He's in this school learning kung fu, how to fight. And that sensei, that master, whatever he say goes.
Oh, yeah.
Whatever that master say goes. All right? There's no criticizing. There's no questioning. Okay, because see, today, people are made to question everything. And that's why you're messed up.
That's a fact.
Because see, you question stuff, and I see you get the answer, but you're not satisfied with the answer. That is the wickedness that you were born with, that you have not taken control of. That's why you still eat blood and you still eat fat. Let's not forget the fat. Let's not forget the fats. When you eat the skin of any animal, you're eating fat.
Talk about it.
When you eat the skin of any animal, you eat the fat. Look, we don't eat the skin of fish that is clean to eat. Okay, we get salmon, right? We skin it, tail, head, backbone out.
They think they're getting away.
Kit Kat got pork in it too, John.
Okay? Okay?
Kit Kats.
Okay?
Yeah. M&M's.
Everything made by
Snickers.
Procter and
All our
Gamble.
dots.
All of that made by Kraft and Procter
I
and
like to
Gamble.
keep sucking on it. Yeah.
They didn't eat candy bars. Do you know those? Do you? Look. My Abba used to always say this. They didn't eat that. They didn't eat what we call junk food. Heathens call it junk food. What you think Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob called?
What Nachshon called him? Governor Nachshon called him.
Bob. The delicacy of the king. The king's menu. You know what the king's menu mean? I looked that term up. It doesn't only mean what the king will. You know what that means? You know what that means? What the people eat. What's on their menu. What they delight in. When they have a feast, what are their dainties? What are the things they drink? What are the things they bring? You gotta have something different. Even the wine back then was different because it wasn't dedicated to idols. All their food and all their wine is dedicated to idols. This is why we were made independent. We we made our own butter, our own cheese.
That's right.
Okay. We didn't even get wine from the outsiders. You know why? Because it was dedicated. Drink offerings.
Made our own.
Okay. You know what also come from drink offerings? Heathen drink offerings? A toast. The first toast was to the gods.
That's right.
Gods of Greek.
Talk about that.
Gods of Rome.
To the
Gods of Egypt.
Talk about
Gods
it,
of Babylon. Gods of Syria. Moab. Ammon.
And that movie Troy.
And you know what you do when you do that? That amount that you're drinking, you didn't pour it out to the dead like some of you. That's another way. God, Sherman just ran it down. But what you do? You elevate it. Who you elevating that to? He said the priest take the fruits and they do what? He waved. Remember me? Or he heaved.
That's what they used to say when they toast.
That's
The very first thing they used to say
to the
is
gods.
to the gods.
And then they say to the God. Everybody say to the God. Then they say to you because you get married.
That's right.
To you because you just won.
That's right.
To you because you hit a
That's
home run.
right.
To you, any good occasion.
It was to the gods first.
To the gods first.
But we're Israelites, so we say, walk on.
Now we want to be just like them. So bad that we read over certain things and don't look into it to see that what we're doing is worship of an idol. Okay? We say, hey, a toast, ding, 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 to life. To life? You're worshiping life now. You're worshiping what God gave you. See, people know you got to enjoy life, worship life, appreciate life. Look, life is only here for you to serve God. It's not for you to be who you want to be and do what you want. That's everybody's problem. Israelites first, then the rest of the world. Anytime I say everybody, first I'm talking about Israel, and then the rest of the world. Because Israel follows the rest of the world.
Yeah.
Your mindset is the same as John down the block.
Yeah.
Nowhere in the book where you can find
So you
that our forefathers took drinks and said L'chaim.
Ways of the
Nowhere.
heathen. Ways of the heathen.
David
Show me
said-
that in the book.
They didn't do that.
Ordinances of the
Can
heathen.
you show me in the book?
It's not in there.
I ain't never seen it.
Ordinances.
So why we do it?
Ordinances of the heathen.
What is it?
Ordinances of the
They don't
heathen.
want to drop these things.
Same
These
reason why we
are
vote
the
like
things. These are the things that got to get dropped. These are the days that got to get dropped. That you observe that God didn't prescribe in Leviticus 23 or Deuteronomy 14. Any day that's not in those two chapters, you should leave alone. That's all I'm saying, Israel.
It's not our ways, man.
God give us the days for us to come together. Okay? The only command he didn't give us, but it was accepted because Abraham did it, is when the weaning.
That's right.
Or circumcision.
That's right.
Abraham did it, and we
Abraham
good.
Look.
We good.
Look. It wasn't no heathens in that party.
We good.
Abraham had 318 servants.
They all was at the
men.
party.
Just the men.
They all was at the
That was the
party.
party.
Mishte.
Us right here.
Mishte.
And it's accepted. It's accepted before God. So you can do that.
Facts.
But we don't want to do that. Are you even circumcising your sons? Okay. When the daughters lose their virginity to their husband like they're supposed to, where's the tokens of virginity? Do the parents have these tokens?
No.
Did the parents have tokens? Or the grandkids having tokens? The grandkids getting faster, marrying, they're marrying faster now. The grandkids are the young of today. They're marrying faster. You got sisters, young sisters, hooking up with heathen men.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a turner. Before teachers became a teacher, you had to take a test. You had to do what come out your mouth. And you had to know certain things.
That's right.
And you had to behave a certain way. And handle things a certain way, like the officers are supposed to.
And you can't be an enemy
Right?
either.
Now, there were certain things. The first thing they told in Ben Isaac, the prince said, okay, brother, you new here, huh? He said, before you do anything, grow your beard. That's the first thing the prince used to tell brothers.
Right.
You can't even get a name yet until your beard grow and your hair grow. Because you come from a world where it's allowed to cut your hair and shape it in any form or fashion. And that is an ancient Hamitic custom. Tattoos also and piercings also. These are things that people do, they adorn themselves with. Okay? But the meaning and the origin is of paganism. It is not of the Most High God. You think Abraham had a tattoo?
Nope.
No, I don't even want to ask that question. Some of y'all might say yeah.
No.
Some Israelites might say yeah. Some of them right now saying, what's wrong with it?
It's against the law, man. You're walking your flesh.
I don't even know the origin of tattoos and piercings come from the worship of the dead. It came from only someone who died in your family, an elder that died. Okay? And you pierced a certain part of your body, any part of your body. Okay? That showed you were a servant of the family member that died, now has become a god in your family. And this is who you pray to. This is how it was back then. In Abraham time.
That's right.
Okay? Your family had your own God, and the God of your families were the people who died in early on. Great, grands, this, that, right?
That's right.
When they die, they become immortalized. You ever heard that word before? There's no such thing. The only one that can do that is God. The only time a person becomes immortalized, they got to die first. Be accepted by God, and God will give them back that spirit and life. But y'all don't believe that either. So that's why they say you get immortalized today. But you got to die first. Now your picture is put all over the place. It's on the front of this building. It's across the street of that building. And, right? Funeral services for this person that died. Okay? And you see the person's picture. They smiling at that picture, right? But that's not them. They're gone. Who that person was is not in that picture. That is a corruption To the people who own it, make it, it becomes a corruption to your spirit. That's why God said get rid of these items and these images, because once you have them, once you make them to yourself, you corrupted your own soul.
Right.
How? Now, when you corrupt your own soul, that means you're only going to achieve a certain level serving with God. Y'all understand that? You only go but so far. You accept 2 or 3 things, and then that's it after that. And those 2, 3 things that you accept, you do it your way. When you feel like it, how you feel like it. So in reality, you don't keep none of God's commandments. And I don't want to talk about the ways. The ways have not changed. People think they can stay the same way they are and serve God.
Yeah.
But what, I don't steal, I don't eat unclean, I took Shabbat. Yeah, you do all that right, but you got ways about you we don't like. Certain people leave when this guy comes. Certain people leave when this group comes. Certain people leave because of the way they are behaving, the way they are treating. That's why God said, amend your ways.
Yeah.
I don't like how you did that guy. I don't like how you did her. Time sheet.
Genesis chapter 1.
We ain't gonna go in the whole chapter. We're going certain points. Surgical work today.
Genesis chapter 1. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth.
In the beginning of what? In the beginning of everything. All right? Let's not get metaphysical here. Okay? There was nothing here but God, dark, and water. That's it. Darkness. What we know is darkness. And what we know is Ma'in, water.
All right, old as water. The water been around.
Water been around. Look. Only God can tell you the origin of that.
Water?
Only God can tell you the origin of water.
Yeah.
And darkness. Okay? Because you got light waters, you got dark waters. Okay? You got some waters that's up there. You got some waters to be down here. And even in the oceans don't mix.
You right.
Right?
The section down
Even the oceans don't mix.
Hey.
Right or wrong?
You right.
The Pacific and the Atlantic
They
Ocean.
don't mix.
They don't mix.
The Indian Ocean don't mix with the Atlantic Ocean. The Indian Ocean look like soup. See, that's the beginning. In the beginning, the standard of all that is to be created is the beginning. The beginning, the origin of everything, okay, is when God created the heaven and the earth. Let's leave before that alone.
Right.
You will never get answers to that. That's what he said. He said, who can declare the works? You look. Certain things you gotta leave alone. You don't know. And certain things you know exist that the naked eye and satellites can't pick up, radar's not picking up. That David mentions where God's name is steadily praised and continually mentioned. Holiness, holiness to the Lord, over and over again. Yeah. Not one ocean blends in. Not one. Okay? If you want, you can put on Google. You can put on Google and you will see it. Cape Cod. That's one part. Where you will see 2 oceans, the Pacific and the Atlantic, and you see the line. And they're not mixing. You can't take a cup of this ocean water and that ocean water. You put it in the pot, they're not going to mix. By the word of the Most High God.
Power of the spoken word.
That's the decree.
Okay?
That God said.
God said, you here. It's not going to start mixing. It stays in its place. We the only one don't stay in our place.
That's right.
I get told something, say, hey, man, why don't you just stop doing that or do that? I make it a big issue. We got to stop that. Accept things that are being told to us.
Yeah.
Accept that advice is wisdom and comely advice, and there's an order here.
Yeah.
Let's not act like we don't have an hour that serve God.
Yeah.
Let's not act like that. You know what I'm saying? We listen to each other. We rebuke each other.
Say it again, bro.
We listen and rebuke each other.
Say it one more time.
You
Johnny.
can rebuke me. I'm the oldest, but you can rebuke me if I'm out of line. My ways don't have me to the point where, man, who's him? Only Imam could tell
Say
you.
it again, brother. That's right.
Now you gotta talk to me a certain way.
Right.
But when it comes to God and correction, yo, Mick, that's wrong.
Talk
Yo,
about
Mick,
it.
boom, boom, boom. Oh, yo, we found out that. Tell me.
Talk about it, brother.
Okay.
Talk about it, brother.
I'm down.
Okay.
My head is not too far where I cannot be corrected.
Yeah, talk about it, bro. Say it again.
My head is not too far. You know where?
Too far away, brother.
You know where? Because that's what happens when you got pride.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
It's not. I don't took it out. I'm cleaning my head off now.
Yeah. Talk about it.
I'm good because the purpose is for me getting better with God. So that supersedes everything else. So now what? That cuts down pride. I can take more correction easy.
Yeah.
You understand me?
Yeah.
Now, in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. The heaven and everything that contains it. The earth and everything that contains. God is the one who created. Okay?
Yeah.
To create. The word for create is bara. Am I correct?
That's right.
Because I'm hearing things that it's not correct. He said created. In the beginning created. Okay. He said Bereshit bara Elohim bara. Let's look up the word bara. Okay, I'm gonna show you how we study things. Bara. That's the word in Hebrew that's used for what we say create or create. Now you look up bara. Bait. Reish. Oh. The first meaning means to create, to shape, to form, to fashion. Always with God as the subject. That's what the meaning. This is not, because you can't create nothing. I can't create nothing.
Who's the creator?
If I'm building a house, I got that materials from somewhere.
You need sheetrock.
I can't create. Oh, so well,
You need the
look,
bricks.
look, if I could create materials, we'd be rich. I won't have to buy supplies from nobody. I can create the supplies just by my will and word, like God said.
You live off your word.
Man, listen. Only God could do that. That's why He is God. That's what makes the word G-O-D. G-O-D. Only one can have that trait or title or attributed power.
Come on, that's right.
He is not the power. He's higher than powers. He
created
controls
power.
power.
Right.
Yeah.
He created power. He created life. God is something you really don't understand.
Right. Can't fathom.
You can only praise Him and glorify Him through David's words. There's no man praised God better than David.
That's right.
Hashem.
God accepted
There you go.
what that the words that was used and how they were used and the terms that was used,
That's
the
right.
etymology,
That's right.
all that you get from David.
Not your praise.
That's why I look. I said, "Oh, wait a minute! Create to shape. I can shape something. I can take clay and shape something, but I didn't create it.
No.
So that don't apply. That word bara don't apply to nobody.
No human.
Huh.
No human.
It don't apply to nobody.
No
It
human.
only applies to the eternal one.
One.
That's right.
One.
He
That's
says,
his holy name.
bara. He created. He shaped. He formed. He's fashioned of heaven and earth, of individual man, and conditions and circumstances. All of that God created.
That's
God
right.
created alphabet. He created oxygen, gases, light, energy, whatever energy you call it, lightning, sound, color. God created all of that. Let's not forget who you're supposed to be serving.
Yeah.
Give him his props. There's times when you pray, this is besides your confessions and everything else. 5 minutes of your words praising him.
Uh-huh. Talk about it.
And you'll see how insignificant you are to him, and it'll make you appreciate your God more.
Talk
And
about
you
it.
will be in your place more. And when you read this book, you're going to be careful with what you tell people.
Yeah.
If you want to eat it, you go eat it. Don't go telling people it's okay to eat something that God prohibited and said is unclean and
That's
profane.
right.
Don't take that responsibility. Because you don't want, look, it's bad enough, you already sinning. But you cause. God don't like it. Look, when you cause Israel to sin,
Yeah, you know
or
what?
cause people to sin.
He said you're living by the statues of that person.
Okay, Jeroboam,
Like
Yeah.
Omri.
like Omri. You look about these guys' statues because they took what I gave them and took stuff out and put stuff in, and it went to them.
He set it off and taught people that.
Okay, Omri wasn't a good guy before God. Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, they had. Come on, So he said the statues of Omri. You still serving the idols your father served, and your father's father served. He was the first king out there. He set that up. Okay. Jeroboam came, and
He learned that in Egypt, bro. When he got
they
chased,
never let it go.
He learned that in Egypt.
See that?
got
He
chased
should have
in
went to Egypt. He should have listened to what Solomon said instead of rising up. But it said God stirred that up. God did that. See, God did that. Right? That man was doing things he didn't know really why. He would say, I'm doing that for that. But God put it in him. I want you to feel this way about what this guy is doing because I need to start some trouble up with you guys because you ain't right and he ain't right. Nobody's listening. So cause this guy to go to Egypt, to go to the people who you were told not to go back to. Meaning, don't go back because that's where you came from. Yeah, no, wait a minute. Hold on. Okay? Before they knew who they was, they were Egyptians. Okay?
Yeah, man. Talk about
They
it.
were Egyptians.
They didn't know, man. Identity was taken.
They did not know God.
They know their identity.
Okay?
Only Moses knew.
And it's their stubbornness that kept them from serving God. Because
Yeah.
God showed them. Yo, nobody, only God, Lord God Almighty could do that. I ain't see Jacko, Pack, Boo Boo, Hee Hee, Ha Ha. I ain't see none of them guys do that. They can't do that.
Yeah.
I ain't hear about none of them idols creating the heaven and the earth, huh? All the idols people bow down to.
Creating nothing.
They don't have that in their resume.
Creating nothing.
They didn't create nothing. They were created by wicked men for wicked purposes for wicked men.
You created Xmas, Thanksgiving, Kwanzaa. They created it.
All these days to dedicate and commemorate themselves to other gods. Down with Shabbat, down with Saturdays, and up with every other day. Even the feast days. More respect to those days. Follow all the rules. So let's get the rules straight. But y'all don't want to get the rules straight for Shabbat. Then when you get told and when you get shown, your wicked self rebuffs it. You can't serve God.
That's right.
You are going to hear things you're not going to agree with naturally. You are going to hear things you don't like. You're going to hear things about yourself that you thought you liked about yourself, but now God's saying he don't like it, it's not good. Now you're confrontational with yourself. Are you going to accept that?
That's right. Teach you.
This is why you read the book and it says thou shalt not steal, and you say don't say that. It says something else. Time sheet.
And the earth was without form and void.
Wait. The earth
Was without form and void.
was without form.
That's tohu.
Right? Right? That's tohu.
Where bohu.
Wait, bohu. Let's look
Tohu
these
means
up.
form,
Let's look these up.
and bohu means shapeless.
Let's look this.
Without shape.
Without form, tohu.
That's right.
Okay?
That's right.
Tohu means no form.
That's right.
No
form.
reality.
No form.
What we know as reality
No
didn't
shape.
exist yet. Y'all know that, right?
You can't
even fathom that.
You can't think that, bro.
That's why you need to
Ain't
leave
no
this
time.
alone.
There was no time.
No.
There was no time.
No
in it.
time, man. You can't put a date on this.
I'm starting to lose my mind. Man.
Okay?
That's right.
You don't know how long things was.
Time didn't exist.
It didn't exist. So reality did not exist.
Killing me?
Y'all understand that?
Kidding
What we
me?
know as reality. Oh, wow, I can't
Was it
believe this is
dead?
happening, that type of thing. It didn't exist.
Kidding me?
Man.
Okay?
Uh-huh.
Emptiness. We're still in Tohu, which is without form. It means emptiness, means nothing was there.
Right.
Empty means there's nothing there.
It was without chaos. It was no chaos
Okay.
happening.
Okay.
Nothing was
Now,
happening.
look. Another definition says confusion.
Uh-huh.
The earth was without confusion
Uh-huh.
because the earth wasn't there yet.
That's right.
It was without chaos because
That's
the
right.
earth wasn't there yet.
That's right.
All this is part of reality. Order and chaos. Y'all don't know, man. Leave it alone, man.
It's mind-boggling.
Y'all don't even know, man.
I don't know what to think about it. It's mind-boggling.
Look, that's why I said it. It said,
What?
It said God reveals secrets to the meek. Oh, and look, and not all secrets.
That's right.
And a lot of the meek is the ones that served him, right?
That's
And
right.
a lot of those books, he told them it's not for man to read. What I'm telling you or what I'm showing you is not for you to tell nobody else. It's for you.
That's right.
Certain things you got to understand. And Muhammad told me this. He said, this is why I had so many confrontations. He said, because I'm busy trying to show people who already made their mind up not to serve God.
Yeah.
I made my mind up to serve. I left the life that they're still living and calling themselves Israel. So my father told me. He said, look what the Israelites doing. You see that? I used to do that in Panama.
Uh-huh.
He said, I used to do that in Panama. He said, that brother, he's from Jamaica, but he's still doing the things now that he used to do in Jamaica. You're still doing the things that you used to do before you started observing Shabbat and you met God. You gotta drop it. And Israel stopped picking up things that when you never was born to pick up. You picked that up on your own.
That's right.
You can't blame nobody for that. Some iniquities have not been visited from your father.
Right.
Some of them are yours.
That's right.
Let's get real now. This is where we at right now. Tohu. No confusion. There's no order. There was nothing there. That's what it means. We don't have to go scientifical. We don't have to do that. I don't have to go into atoms and neutrons. Abraham ain't know nothing about no atom and neutrons.
Talk about it.
Moses and them guys didn't have to go to college and school. They did not have to become rocket scientists. Okay?
That's right.
They understood what these were. Remember, these are old world words. Old English. In the first King James kingdom. The whole world got this version. Everything that came after it is what Israelites read now. That's why we stay with the King James 1611. Not everything is correct in it either. We know things have been changed and things have been switched around. That's why we study in the Hebrew and to get as close as possible to what the books say. Now, if y'all can't understand that, I can't help you. I can't help you. You're being blocked. Stop doing the things you're doing.
Say it again, brother.
Stop doing the things you're doing. And every Shabbat, you disassemble God's law.
Yeah. Talk about it, man.
All during the week, you break it. And then Shabbat, you talk down on it.
Talk about it, man.
Formlessness, nothingness, empty space, that which is empty or unreal. It's not there. In one place, it says a place of chaos. It wasn't a place of chaos. That's like the 70th meaning. Don't hold too much weight. I'm not going to go for that. You got to go along with what's here. Everything else says nothing was there. So how could chaos be there? How could vanity be there? So it don't mean that. I don't go by those definitions.
Always remember those men went through.
Okay.
Come back to translate the word.
And then you need translators. You need people who can speak world languages. You need archaeologists.
That's right. They did a
To
good
translate.
job. They did a good job.
To make a calendar.
They did a good job.
You can't make no calendar.
They did a good job.
They did a very good job. God says he governs the world through his what? The palm of his hand. So look, you know what? I ain't gonna tell them, man, about the Sabbath day. They don't know. So they're gonna get that. They're gonna get that right. But away with the feast days, we give it to the Jews. I'm gonna give it to these guys because they would have listened. That's what he said. I'm gonna give it to the Caesar. It was a certain generation of Assyrians, not all Assyrians, not the ones later on, but at a certain time, a period of time, there was a generation. That was the only generation of Assyrians of that whole nation that accepted God's words when God called them. That was special. Do y'all know that? He said, look, this nation was established already. They already got who their God is and everything. But God see where this king, he has it in his heart to serve God. You know what that is? That is good. That's what God looked and see. That's what he looked for. That's the good that he looked for in a person. That's the good that he looked for in every individual human being. He said, man, that kid, Jeroboam's son, newborn. He can't even turn around on his own. He said, but that kid, in his heart, he has a potential in his spirit. He has something not his father ain't got. And a lot of times I read that chapter from a kid. I never knew. I said, man, what is that? What? There's a lot of good, a lot of different levels of good. What is the good that God was talking about concerning that baby? He's a newborn baby. He can't talk. He ain't responsible for nothing he do right now. But God said he got good in him. That's why I said, read here a little, you read there a little, right? And you just made. There's more of a chance. And one day I'm reading about King Asa. And God said, you are not like the kings before you. You're not bad like them. You still got this over here going on. You still the people. He said, but nevertheless, there is good in you.
That's right.
God said, regardless of that, you're not 100% with me.
Right.
But you're going to get there because you got a quality in you that's going to allow you to serve God. That's what good is.
Okay, that's what good is.
And when I read that,
That's
my
what good
mind,
is.
you know, reading and turning. I said, oh, wait a minute. I connected.
Yeah.
Bang. I went back. I went further back to Jeroboam's son. That's the good that God saw that child,
Well, you
that
determined to serve
child
God.
in
Serve
his
God.
future,
Will serve
he
God.
got it to serve God
The
naturally.
The book tell you what words mean.
The book tell you what good is.
Yeah, Bronco.
Good is a person who serve God or has it in them the potential to serve God. Now you good. Now you good. And this is why Israelites, we too quickly follow ideas and views of heathens to try to be on the same level as them. I want to have my version of New Year. Everybody else got a New Year. Everybody else got a king. That's what they said, right? I want to have a king. Now, what they said, they didn't just want a king. They said to do what?
Like the
To be judged. Like who? Like the nations. We want a king to go out and come in before us. Like who? Like the nations.
Talk about it.
Now, when the king go out and come in, and our king's going out and come in, it's two different things. Y'all know that, right? Y'all know that. You know what going out and coming in is? It is daily living. Okay? When he's sitting on the throne, when he's not sitting on the throne. We want a king that move like those kings. Now, those kings, all presidents, kings, queens of the planet, their pride is high. But God put them there for a reason. Okay? God put them there for a reason. Back then, anybody who was king considered himself God. That's why the Most High got at Egypt so hard. They were the first world power.
Egypt was the first world power.
First,
Yes, they
the
was.
first
They was.
continent and nation
To be established.
to be established enough
Okay.
to overthrow everybody else.
Yes.
And when that happens, anytime your people become the world power, the world follows your people and your God.
That's right.
Niggas had a Bible before us.
Okay? The Hammurabi
How the
Code.
Robbie code, let them know.
Okay?
Let them know.
Some things were similar,
Let them know.
right? But it was still made by a man. And certain things wasn't touched at all. God, no laws are made that are more perfect than God's laws. Okay? God made us. So he know the right things to tell us to do and not do. You made that car. You have to tell me what kind of fuel. And if you tell me, yo, don't put unleaded in it, and I go ahead and put unleaded in the car, I mess the car up.
Right.
That's what we do in life, period, with God. He said God created the heaven and earth, but we don't follow none of the commands or standards that were set by God since then. Tom sheet.
And the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep.
Who? Void. Emptiness. Void.
Shapeless.
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 Nothing.
That's right.
So all these definitions tells me there was nothing there
That's right.
but darkness upon the face of the deep. He said it was without form and void. This is trying to give you, we're trying to give you a scenario here. Okay? Where this is before the things that you see today. This was before that. Tom sheet.
And darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the
The
waters.
Spirit of God.
Hovered over the face of the waters.
You don't got wings.
Fire.
You don't got wings. Wings need air. There was no air. You don't need sight to see.
The darkness was dark matter.
Dark matter, what we call dark matter, that's the darkness. That's why they said thick darkness. See that thick darkness? Anything thicker, that's dark matter. It becomes a darkness you could feel.
I think that was the darkness God put on Egypt, man.
Yeah.
He said, no man moved from the
Man,
spot
you know
for
why?
3 days.
It felt like somebody was next to
They
you.
stood still for
You don't know
3
that?
days.
That's how darkness, real thick darkness feels.
Scientists had dark matter
Okay.
in the lab. Science.
Yeah. Yeah.
That actual
And
dark
no.
matter.
You see
Yes.
that? You see that dark matter and stuff?
Yes. Yes, man.
There's a connection in the spirit world with that stuff.
Yeah.
That's why they took it out of the college that they had it in.
That's right.
They had to take it out into an underground field.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Y'all don't even know.
The only book that gives us
A
rundown of
definition.
the creation.
Darkness was upon the face of the deep. So we got this scenario.
Yeah.
God is a spirit. Nothing was physical then. There was no flesh. Okay? Spirits hover. Spirits can glide. Right or wrong?
That's right.
Spirits will go through walls. Spirits are not.
Spirits will go in your
Spirits
body.
are not wired into the physics of law. Okay? All right?
Said the evil
Right.
spirit.
Like my hand can't go, for my hand to go through here, there has to be a combustion, a break, something got to break. But if I'm a spirit, nothing happens because I'm intangible. The laws of physics do not apply to me. So God hovered over the face of the waters, right? And said what?
Let there be light, and there was light.
At some point in time, God said, let there be light. The light knew its purpose and knew that its name was called light. And as God said that, it said, and there was light. That's creation. That's creation. Making something out of nothing to exist. for millenniums of eons, making things that can last forever to exist out of nothing. So the light is there. Now God got the darkness, he got the light, he got the waters. And the light is there. The light is the new God. Okay? He's the new God. Yeah, light wasn't around. Light is a new God. He's the new little baby you got, the new addition to the family. Time sheet.
And God said, and God saw the light, and it was good. And God
He
divided the light
approved of
from the dark.
the creation that he created called light. I don't know by what requirements it was approved by, but God approved it. He liked it. He said, okay, I like this light. I know what I can do with this.
I like this light.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. We put too much in what is said here. It said God said it was good.
He saw it and it was good.
He said, you like, no, it's all right. I like this light. Now, look. It's going to go. It's a plan. Okay, Tom Street.
And called the light day, and the darkness he called night. And the evening and the morning was the first day.
Whoa. The sun ain't here yet. The sun not here yet. Let's the sun and the moon. Everybody like mentioning. Okay? Wasn't created yet. The light that God made comes up before the sun comes up. Am I right or wrong?
That's right.
I've seen it many times. They say, oh, the sun about, you see the light and you say, the sun about to come up. I mean, the sun ain't up yet. The light comes first. That's dawn. That light that you see, what we call dawn and dusk, is not totally dark and it's not totally light. It's just a light. But the sun not there yet. The sun down. The sun set. You understand me? There's a light first.
Right. There you go.
God named it and called it day.
Right.
Time sheet.
And God said, and God called the light day, and the darkness he called night.
And he gave him 30. He said, okay, darkness, your name is called dark. So you give darkness. Wherever you at, you make it dark. This guy here, people can see more with this guy. If you see long down there, you can see a long way with light. You can't see nothing with darkness. So he made a distinction. The first distinction was light and light, which is day, and darkness, which is night.
That's it.
The first distinction was with darkness and light. That's why they don't mix.
That's right.
That's why shadows are cast.
That's
When
right.
light is hit on an object. Okay? It's not science. All of this happens by the word of God.
Right.
Right.
They call how this works science, but it's not. It's on the action in the word of God. And this is the effect we get. When light shines on an object, we see a shadow. When the sun starts going down, it says the shadow is what? Cast. When you look it up, you see where the shadow has been elongated. You was outside walking in the summer, especially in the summertime, and you see you standing here and your shadow reached nearly down the block.
Right.
The shadow has been cast. That means that the sun is low, the light is low. Take a light bulb and hold it over your head. The shadow is going to be right up under you, close to you. But put it behind you. Put it behind you and go lower. The lower you go, the shadow will get longer, and longer until the light disappears. That's the same effect as the sun when the sun goes down. That's why you don't wait until dark to start your Shabbat.
Talk about it.
To start God's Shabbat.
Talk about it. Yeah. Thank you. Anybody else just Sabbath? Oh, it's just Sabbath. Thank you.
God's Sabbath.
Thank you, brother.
It is the Lord's Sabbath.
Thank you,
It's
brother.
not my Sabbath.
Thank
He
you,
claimed that day for
That's
him.
right.
He named it. He made it hallowed, and he gave us rules to go by it.
Yeah.
So I had to rectify that.
Yeah.
My Sabbath, there's nothing good happening on my Sabbath. Your Sabbath, nothing good. The way you, no. They even got a black Sabbath. They got a white, yeah.
I don't want nothing to do with that.
And a group was named after that.
I don't want nothing to do with that, bro.
Listen, man, they corrupt everything. They corrupt. Look, they say Sunday is the Sabbath, right? That's the black Sabbath. Y'all don't know that. Yeah, the Sabbath of the sun god, the Sabbath of the devil. That's who it is. That's who it is. All demons, all wicked men, all idols, all images, all decrepit days were made in opposition to the laws and the standard of the Lord God. Let's get this straight. All right? Yeah.
That's right.
Let's get this straight.
Mhm.
They're all in opposition.
Mhm.
What God says unclean, the people say it's good to eat and it's healthy and it costs a lot too. And only rich people can delegate with this thing. Everything God thumbs down, the world thumbs up and put a price on it. It doesn't cost nothing to serve God. God don't want your money.
He don't even need us. I was just saying, he got his saints already. He don't need us.
You don't even need it. He got his people.
He got his people already, man.
He died already.
We trying to crash the party, man.
He don't need us.
We're trying to make
We
a
trying to crash
difference.
the
That's how
party.
We're trying to
merciful
get
he
noticed.
is. He just
God
want-
got
We're
his
trying to get
elect already.
regarded by
He's
God.
just-
We're trying to make God go, whoa, wait a minute.
That's
Oh,
it.
That's right.
wow, ain't nobody been doing this in thousands of years.
We trying to crash the party.
Century.
Yo, with certain laws we're doing, do not expect other Israelites to do it
Okay.
or to understand.
Hey, can we
Just
get
hit me,
bad?
man.
Can we get
Yo,
bad?
one brother told me, he said, yo, man,
Can
you
we
doing
get bad?
laws, man. Nobody in Israel doing it.
Can we get
And
bad?
they ain't gonna do it.
Can we get bad?
So that's telling me something, man. You're on the right path with this. Okay? Only you gonna know when God is with you. I ain't gonna know
Okay.
unless God reveal it to me.
Okay.
And in these days and time, it's only for you.
Okay.
Time sheet.
And God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. And the evening and the morning
The
were the first
division.
day.
The division. I got you. The division. The division. Okay? Okay? That's why he said my father was doing these laws, nobody doing. One of them was Khalid Bed. Meaning. He said a woman shall not use, wear, or involve herself with anything, tool, utensil, weapon, instrument, article, container, artifact, dress, garment, or vessel of a man.
Okay. Okay.
Right.
Teach him the law.
Teach.
The men got spoons that men use. Young boys use. Once you're a male, no matter what age, these are the spoons, forks, knives, utensils.
That's right.
Okay. Can't leave your bed. Talk about it.
Who's doing that?
Yeah.
Who's ready to do that?
Talk about
Who's
it.
ready to incorporate that in their house and command their household? And anybody who come up there, oh, no, you can't use these.
The men stuff.
Yeah.
You can't use these.
Yeah.
Look, go there, see the, and it says woman's drawer.
Swing.
You go anywhere else and you see it says woman's drawer, men's drawer, you ain't gonna ask no questions. But because it's God involved, y'all gotta understand. Because it's God involved, the wickedness in you will come up with any reason not to accept or to question. And that's why we got crazy questions today. You understand me? They're not even circumcised, Shishama. They're not circumcised. They don't observe the Shabbat. They eat blood and fat. That's why I said, man, is that man? Is all these people that's got something to say? Do you even have a beard?
Word.
You haven't changed your name yet.
Word.
You still going by an Egyptian name,
And you
by a
want,
heathen name.
and you want to teach her what to do.
You need to be quiet and give yourself a chance to learn.
Word.
That's right.
Go back to sleep like Chief Shama said.
It said, Moses said, yo, everything God told you, I gotta believe it, and everything I taught y'all didn't believe it. So you're not gonna believe it. When I see these things, I say, well, that in my head, when everything's going, I say, well, I see in your head you have determined not to serve God. That's what I come to. I don't even play with it no more. I'm not going back and forth with nobody.
Yeah.
Nobody.
Yeah.
I've been taught by the best.
Say it again.
I've been taught by, we have been taught by the
Say it
best.
again, Negro.
We serve God for real. And they call Israel agree with that. I've heard all leaders say the same thing. And the things that he taught was the law.
Go word for word, don't take out, don't add.
And when you get to a certain level in that law, you're going to change your ways naturally.
Of course.
Because they start to go together.
It's made for that, right?
Because now you're doing certain laws. This behavior don't go with. You living so good. Don't mess your good deeds up, man. Just by the behavior, you can mess your good deeds up. You overshadow your good. You don't want to
By
do
your
that.
ways, just by your ways.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It says because people are like this, man. This is people. This is not God-fearing people. You only remember the last good song you made. You're only good as the last hit you make. You're only good as the last home run you make. You're only good. You understand that? And we don't get down like that.
Sure.
You good, period. As long as you good with God, you always good. You're always good with me.
Sure.
I see how you serve God. And I agree.
Right.
So you my brother.
Right.
You don't eat blood and fat. You my brother.
The dollars ain't coming out.
Right.
Okay?
You don't eat chicken wings, you my
You
brother.
my brother. If you denounce the birds, oh, wait a minute. We in November. Be careful. Be careful.
Oh, they started already, brother. Turkey leg.
Listen, there are days being made to disguise Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Don't make up days for all Israelites to come together around that time.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
There should be no events going on during this time coming up.
Yeah.
We had all our partying this last month.
That's right.
At the end of the year, God said.
That's right.
Right.
This is the beginning of the year for people. Oh yeah, the ending of November, the ending of October, the ending of December, and the beginning of January are all New Year's. There are Anglo-Saxon New Years. There are different New Years. You see the Chinese,
Right.
right? Do I gotta go into that? They got different New Years.
Right.
You have this, you have the rat,
Yeah.
you have the bean, you have the flower,
Yeah, the rats.
you have the rats, everything. You have the dragon,
Yes. Yes.
unicorns.
Yeah.
You read unicorn in the book. When you look in the Hebrew, it says wild ox. Unicorn is an imaginary, mythical, demonic horse. Made to look pretty. You buy one for your kid, for the girls. Yeah, a horse with one horn. You know what that horn? You don't even want to know what that horn stands for. Okay? That's down with devilism. That's a disguise.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? All that stuff for kids, that it.
Mm-hmm.
No, man. You're countering what you're trying to do with the kids.
Mhm.
That's why you're like, where I went wrong at. You let them watch that. You left them alone with this.
Mm-hmm.
You left them alone with that.
A fact.
Because they see everybody with it. I want one too. Even though I don't know what to do with it. That's just the actions of babies. One baby grabbed my hand, took my phone, and she took my hand, and made a finger, and he took it. And I'm like, wow, look at the heat. The screen is blank. But he knows everybody's like this. So he's going to fall in.
Man, oh man.
Now that's the way of the world.
Man, oh
You
man.
can't watch everything that's going on and fall in.
Right.
Fall in line. And go after and follow after everybody else. That's what it means to go after. Okay? Tamshi.
And God called the light day, and the darkness called night,
Uh-huh.
and the evening and the morning were the first day.
That made one day. That made the first day. Not Monday. Monday is named after Moon Day. That's the day of the moon. That's the day where they get together and worship the moon. And the first thing they do is put their hands to their mouth and blow a kiss to the moon.
Right.
That's where that came from. You see how people, lovers. Oh, she said, I love you. And you blow a kiss to her. That, when you do that, it's not to her. When you do that to your loved one, that's not to them. You're really worshiping the moon. Okay?
Right.
There are things and gestures. There are gestures, positions, way of walking, dancing,
That's right.
praying. that we are forbidden to do because it commemorates worship of another God. Achoo! Bless you. People get mad when you don't say that too. You know that, right? When I was in the doctor's office, and this lady sneezed, and everybody bless you, bless you. She kept sneezing. You ain't hear no more bless you. They got tired of saying it. So they don't really mean it. Do y'all understand that? You was with me, you was there. And the lady, people go there, they're sick, got a flu, got a cold, and she kept sneezing. They said, oh, bless you. Oh, wow, bless you. But she kept sneezing. After a while, one person said it. And after a while, nobody said it. That's not a blessing. That comes from an old world called old German word called Gesundheit, which is also the Lord of health or God of health. Because they say when you sneeze, your whole diaphragm goes up and it doesn't have to go down. God made it that way that you sneeze. The boy sneezed 7 times. Elijah said, okay, he's up. He didn't say, God bless you, most high bless you, most high bless you. He sneezed 7 times.
Salute.
Not one salute. Not one blessing came from that. There are things that go down. We don't do no blessings. There is no blessing when this go down. You burp. You burped. God ain't got nothing to do with that.
Ways of the heathen.
I'm going to say it again. Do not get naked and pray. That's all I'm going to say. Because I'm hearing it again. I heard this 20 years ago, and I'm hearing it again. Being naked and praying to God does not mix. You are not praying to the Most High God. The people who pray naked to their deities, you point your finger at. But you're doing the same thing. Y'all got to stop this freakiness. You can't be a freak and serve God. You got to leave that alone. There's no positions. There's only one. There's only one. All them other positions are positions of the sun and the moon god. Y'all don't know that either, huh? Yeah. Doggy, froggy, impy, ipy. You are worshiping the dog. Yeah. There's no oral sex. There's no masturbating.
Talk about
There's
it.
no playing with toys.
Talk about
There's no
it.
more than one sex partner at
Talk
the same
about
time.
it.
That's orgies.
Talk about it.
You got to leave that alone.
That's right.
There's no girl on girl.
That's right. Jacob ain't had
There's
Leah.
nothing nice about
Jacob
that.
had Leah and Rachel together.
No, he didn't have all these women together.
That's right.
They didn't say, well, look, you got Matrix? Okay, well, I'm going to pull up with, call me when he comes, and we'll take him down together, girl. No, they don't get down like that.
Freak off.
They didn't get down like that. And anybody who wants to argue that, you are a freak, and you need to stop doing those things. Because every time you do those abominable sexual acts, you are serving Baal Peor, the Lord of the opening. Time sheet.
And God said,
I want somebody to say something now. You're not supposed to have oral sex or give it. Say something about that. Say something about that. Yeah. Time sheet.
And God said, let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the
Let
waters.
there be a space.
And
Let
God,
there be a divider.
And God made the firmament and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the
Hashamayim.
waters which were above the firmament.
It's called
And it was so.
Hashamayim, right?
Yeah, Shamayim.
Shamayim.
Let's see. What book is that?
That was 6.
That was 6.
Word for firmament. Firmament.
Ulequiyah is a firmament.
Yes, a firmament.
Between
Or space.
Hashamayim, between the heavens.
You see? An extended surface.
Right.
There is something there splitting the water. And that's called the firmament. All right? And it also means expanse.
Right.
You know what expanse means? Look. You go as far as your eyes can see, heaven goes on and on. It's expand. God, when God did that, he expanded that. He made the space and then it expanded because of the job that it has to do. It has to divide the heavens. Heavens, okay? It has to divide the waters.
Right.
Okay? It's a divider. So the water, there's a lot of water up there.
A lot, just like how much is it
A
down
lot
here?
of water down there. There's water
Crazy.
under the earth.
That's crazy.
Those are the waters that are under the earth.
You know how deep that is? You know how
God said
deep
he
that
opened
is?
up the springs under the ocean. And they fill the ocean up. When you see the ocean rising until it rose over the highest mountain on the
That happened
planet.
to the flood, right?
That's how it happened in the time of the flood. And at the same time
It's
that's
coming from
happening,
the top.
he said, open up the windows of heaven. Windows, so you look up there, do you see any windows?
Nah. If he opened
But God got doors, tents. He got stuff up there we can't see. And when he open it, what he created comes out to have its effect on us.
Oh man. Oh man.
Okay?
Oh man.
Thunder, lightning, rain. Okay, you can make the sun, nothing else happen, but that sun beat on you. That sun beat on you. Close the windows of heaven. No precipitation. You don't even get to sweat. That's how hot it is. You ever been in an area where it's so hot you don't sweat? When you sweat, it's so hot it evaporates the sweat. You ever been in an area like that? Mm-hmm. Okay. God could turn air against you to where, and look, he can make your lungs not want to breathe the air no more. And you got to go sit in a bubble. And what's good for you now is artificial air. Once that thing come off of you, regular air is not good for you. You die. Those are curses. Those are curses.
That's right. Talk about it.
Time sheet.
And God called the firmament heaven. And the evening and the morning were the second day. And God said, let the waters under the heaven be gathered together unto one place.
Let them all,
And let the dry land
they will
appear.
spread out. Water spreads out. If I take a cup of water and pour it, is it going to stay in one spot? No, it spreads out. So the water will spread out. So God said the waters that spread it out, and in its expansion, I wanted to draw in into one spot. Okay? So all those waters under were drawn into one spot. Okay? And he said what? Gather together unto one place. And when they get there, let the dry land appear.
Right.
When the dry land appeared, God didn't say I wanted to look like this or look that. He said, let the dry land appear, and the land appeared, and it was dry.
You know what land that was?
Okay?
The
And
Garden
that
of
was
Eden.
the Garden of Eden.
Paradise.
That's what we call the Garden of Eden.
Paradise.
See, we mess up the things that God had good intended for us.
Facts.
Y'all don't even know how the first world was going to be. The way the earth is and shaped and all the things that's going on because of man's sin. This earth, when we messed up, right? We commit iniquity, right?
Right.
And then everything around us get cursed. Y'all know that, right?
That's right.
Everything around us get cursed. Tell sheet. We're going to see.
And God called the dry land earth.
Uh-huh.
And the gathering together of the waters called he seas.
He called that
And
dry
God
land
saw that
earth.
it was good.
He said, this is earth. And then everything came together. And look, by now, everything he saw and he made, he said what? It was good. All right? He was satisfied. He approved of it. Time sheet.
And God said, let the earth bring forth grass, the herb yielding seed, and the fruit tree yielding fruit after its kind, whose seed is in itself, and upon the earth, and it was so.
God didn't have to plant nothing.
He commanded.
Seeds came into existence. The plants and trees came into existence. The grass started growing. Everything started sprouting right there. This is right there. Came out of the
It
ground.
was gonna stay like that.
Okay? If God didn't say that, the land would have just stayed there and dry.
Until Adam ate. It was gonna stay like that.
Okay?
It was gonna stay
So
like
God said, let what? Let the earth, which is the land, that's
that. Right.
bring forth, okay, to sprout. The word for spring forth is dasa. Dasa. They say. It means to sprout, to shoot, to grow green. So all green life as we know, that's when they sprouted. Okay? That's when they shot up. Nobody had to plant them. Okay? He said, and the herb yielding seed. Meaning, these things going to shoot up, and they're gonna have the seed of itself in them for more.
Right.
That's what it means. Tell you.
And the herb brought forth grass, and herb yielding seed after its kind,
Mhm.
and the tree yielding fruit, whose seed was in itself after its kind. And God saw that it was good.
It
And
keeps
he-
talking about whose seed is in itself. This fruit, whose seed is in itself. This thing, whose seed is. So look, it's just no. It's a precaution. I don't eat fruits without seeds. If it germinated and pollinated on its own, and the fruit is seedless, I'm not eating it. I'm not eating it. Okay? Everything we planted had a seed. All the grapes we had seeds.
Right.
Nobody's vineyard had seedless grapes. We gotta be able to orientate everybody, man. Okay? Because you got Israelites eating seedless grapes. Okay? They're nectarines. I mean, this is only two seeds put together and grown as a fruit for you to eat. I'm not touching that.
Talk about it.
I'm not touching that.
Talk about it.
I'm not touching nothing that I know is already. If it happened naturally in the field, got nothing to do with that. God does that. That's what we call it grew wild. Y'all know what that means, right? When all these guys cross-pollination, germination, that means it grew wild.
Talk about it.
That's all.
Talk
See,
about it.
there's a lot of these guys are trying to sound smart. No. It's an ego game. This being up here for certain people. It is a popularity game.
Okay.
Not up here because they're not doing it. So
Okay.
they're not here to teach you how to do it right. They're up here for you to look at them or this guy. Hey, he's smart. Look, all those guys said, but he ain't find what he found. And what this guy found is not in the book. It's Meshuggah. Okay? It's Meshuggah. It's craziness. The first order of craziness is when you start going against God. That's the first order of going crazy. All right? Time sheet.
And God called the firmament heaven, and the evening and the morning was the second day. And God said, let the waters under the heaven be gathered together unto one place, and let the dry land appear, and it was so.
Oh, yeah, 13. Go to 13. Yeah, 13.
And the evening and the morning
Verse 13.
were the third day. And God said, let there be lights in the firmament
Now,
of
the
the heaven.
firmament, the space of heaven. He said, let there be lights. I gotta put lights in there. We already got light, which is the day, but I'm gonna put smaller lights in the heavens, in the space, right? Tell she.
And God said, let there be a light in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs,
Hold up.
for seasons,
Hold up.
and for days,
Hold up.
and for years.
See what I'm saying? That's what it's for. It's not for you to see an eclipse of the sun or the moon and to say a prayer.
Okay. Okay.
You know, God made it. Yeah, all right. God made the sun, moon, and stars. And that's it. For you to see what time it is.
That's it.
Now, when it turns red, nothing special happens in your life. Nothing special happens in my life when there's an eclipse. Matter of fact, I don't want to be outside when it happens.
Don't praise God on that day, bro?
No, I don't want to see it. For some reason, it's not good for you to watch these things with your bare eyes. So, what is godly about something that you ain't even supposed to be looking at?
Moon worship.
You need a glasses to watch.
Moon worship.
That's moon worship, man.
Moon worship.
Look, that's sun and moon worship. Because it's the eclipse of the sun means the moon got in front of your view.
Yeah.
This the moon. Now the moon got in front of the sun.
Yeah.
Another time, the sun will get in front of the moon.
Yeah.
Both the same.
Teach.
Both the same.
Teach.
That's why your eyes are not equipped to look at these things and behold it, because it says you will be driven to worship. He said you look up at these things. sun, moon, stars, and all the host of heaven, and be driven
to
worship him. Now, how you're driven to worship him could come in many different ways. There's different styles to worship. Y'all know that, right? There's different ways to worship. Okay? You know what this is? Telescope. You're studying the stars. That's not where your head's supposed to be at. Okay? You're not going to see me in a tree with binoculars talking about I'm bird watching.
Yeah.
Go to a park, any park. Let's go to Lincoln Terrace, go to Prospect Park, go uptown to any of the park, Central Park. You will see all denominations of people with binoculars and writing down. Say, oh man, I saw a red-tailed sparrow. Do you know that's worship? Bird watching is worship. Sun gazing is worship.
Yes, it is.
Bathing in the sun, and laying in the sun. That's worship of the sun. Do y'all know that?
Yes, it is.
No, y'all don't believe that though. I don't believe that.
Teach.
It said, let them be for signs. You know what the sign is? Oh, wow. When the sun shines on this building here, that's a sign that it's about to go down. That's a sign. This is a foretelling of what's about to happen. When you see clouds, dark clouds forming, and you hear rumbling, what we say, it's about to what?
Rain.
It's about to rain. For signs. That's what these clouds are for. That's what everything you see up there is for. To let you know what time it is. What's about to happen.
Season.
That's it. When the seasons is changing. When the seasons is changing. We kept the same time. We never had a thing called daylight savings time.
Talk about it.
Daylight savings
Talk
time
about it.
comes from sun worship, which is summer time solstice.
Solstice. And then the winter thing, the winter solstice. Yup. That's a fact. That's a fact.
It's the worship of the sun
That's a fact.
in the
moon.
winter
And
and the
moon.
sun. I mean, the winter and the summer, and the worship of the moon in the winter and the summer.
Fact.
That's why they change your
Every
hour
time.
back and forth.
Fact.
It has nothing else to do. I checked it out. Daylight savings times come from the winter and summer solstice.
Talk
The
about it.
solstice is the time of the year where the day is the longest to serve the sun god or the moon god, or the night is the shortest to serve the sun god or the moon god.
Okay. Okay.
Look at all right. Look at we have enemies in the book. Why don't you study your enemies to see how they worship their gods? It said the Midianites had camels, and what the camels had around their necks? Chains. And what the chains was holding up? Crescents.
Yup.
The moon.
Yup.
In its fourth quarter stage. You know what that means? You can only see a slither of that moon. They call that a crescent. But that crescent is an idol.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to eat croissants. Croissant. That's how they're croissant. You gotta say it like that. That's how the people in French, they say French words. Croissant. Make it sound like this.
You can't get bacon, eggs, and cheese on a croissant.
Look. You can't say garçon. Give me a croissant. With bacon and cheese. You gotta leave that alone. You can't eat that bread. Because it's a dedicated thing. It's made in the shape of the moon. Okay? All birthday cakes are the reflection of what, Chief Shama? The moon! That's right. The candles that are put on it are to eliminate the divine rays of the moonlight.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it says. Every candle, it's not really for your age.
Make a wish. You can't even say that.
They say you make a wish. All these things, man, is some diabolistic stuff.
Talk
You
about
gotta
it.
leave that alone, man.
Talk about it.
Time sheet.
And let them be for lights in the firmament of the heaven, to give light upon the earth, and it was so. And God made two great lights, the greater light to rule the day, and the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also.
Right.
And God set them in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth,
Now the sun and the moon and the stars is where they're at now. Where they're at now. It say, man shall not live by bread alone, but at the word that proceeded out of the mouth of God. You can live. Just look, God commanded that your body don't fall, don't fail. Look, Moses, you ain't gonna be hungry while you up here. You ain't gonna starve while you up here 40 days, 40 nights. Go down and come right back up 40 days. But he didn't eat when he go down. That man ain't ate like 80 days, man. The whole time around, nothing but heat and fire and smoke. Every time he went to speak to God, it was on fire. It wasn't on fire that one night. And when Moses came down, Moses was up there for the whole 40 days and 40 nights. They said, man, what happened to this dude? They looking at the mountain. The mountain's still skipping. It's still on fire. People far away looking. They see fire. They don't know what's going on. They start with the fire gods. That's where the fire gods came from. They saw Sinai burnt on fire. But they wasn't there to hear God's voice come and speak when he was speaking to Moses. God said, I'm going to let them out. I need for them to hear me speaking to you so that they know I'm real. Now they're going to know I'm real. He said, man, something in that smoke. There's somebody in that smoke, and that's who caused him all of this. That's who did that in Egypt. That's who got me out. You know what? I'm good. Yo, we ain't got no water. Yo, go ask him if we can get some water.
Wasn't there a time that said they heard my voice?
He said, yes. He said, you heard my voice, but you saw no similitude.
Mount Sinai.
That was at Mount Sinai. He's trying to show you, like, you're not supposed to be into images and idols and pictures in this. Because you didn't know what I look like. I didn't show myself to you. You know I exist because I spoke to Moses and I spoke to you. He said, I spoke to you out the fire. And you know fire don't speak. Everybody in the world knows fire can't speak. It just devours. So there's somebody in that fire. And only one can survive and not get burnt in that fire like that. That's God.
That's right.
He said, God, that's the most high. That's why they said, you go on up there, lest we die. Because I'm not good enough to go up there. I'm going to get burnt. Moses didn't have to sanctify himself for 3 days, did he?
No.
He sanctified the people. He didn't have to be sanctified.
Nah, he had to.
That's why they say you go on up there.
Yeah.
Certain things, it's Shama job.
Yeah.
No. Let me tell you how it goes.
Yeah.
Right? In this house here.
It's order.
Even though I'm the oldest,
Yeah,
certain
order.
jobs ain't mine.
That's right.
Certain jobs, Mahava said, that's not for you. That's for Shama. Let Shama be the ambassador.
That's right.
Let him go around.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
He said, the
That's
way
right.
I trained you,
Order.
you stay here
Order.
and keep the home base right.
Order.
See, we don't do nothing on our own. We are moving under commands of our Father, Chief Eleazar, Ben Lewi, servant of God.
Order. Rank and file. Rank and file.
And the same order that everybody else so-called respect. Your chief. No, that's my teacher. But you boy, he didn't teach you that. He's not your teacher. He's not your teacher.
Facts.
My father's not your teacher.
Facts. Ain't teach you that body.
Stop capping. All these years, I just stood there like, yeah, you just capping it because my pops will get on you. It's just embarrassment you trying to go away from. But as soon as you leave from around here, you're going to eat blood and fat. You're going to eat chicken. You're going to do everything everybody else doing. But when you come around, you say, oh, he's right. That's what I saw.
They're doing it right now.
Me coming up, the ones older than me, that's what I saw. Clowns.
Am I eating now?
I was there. And then I saw who came to Shabbat. I saw who took it seriously. I saw who didn't. That was a whole different generation. I've seen a lot of different generations come and go. We've been seeing a lot.
Yes, sir.
Every decade, a generation come
Yes, sir.
and go.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Y'all don't love y'all children. Y'all don't love y'all children. Y'all don't believe that God is going to visit your sins on your children. You don't believe it because you think you ain't got sin on you. You think you good. That's what he wants you to think. That's what he wants you to think. So you don't get right and get right before him. He said, the sons of Eli did not hearken. There was a reason, something that stopped them. He said, because the Lord intended. God's will is to destroy them. So automatically, he got to say, I don't want wisdom. You don't go to him. No. You ain't got to do that. Because the will is already out there. His will is to destroy you. So you are not going to get a good idea to turn good again towards God to save yourself. Who you save yourself from? God. From his punishment. Okay. That's where the salvation comes. Okay. Once you get salvation from. Okay. Stop playing. And you don't love your children. You don't love yourself. You don't love God. You don't love yourself. You don't love your wife. And you don't love your children. Because you sin and commit iniquity over and over again. Okay. Israel loved to have it so. Okay, okay, brother. Okay.
And God set them in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth, and to rule over the day and over the night, and to divide the light from the darkness. And God saw that it was good. And the evening and the morning were the fourth day. And God said, let the waters.
We ain't even get through the week yet. we ain't even get. Now we just left the fourth day. He said, let the waters, the oceans, the seas, bring forth
abundantly
the
moving creatures that had life,
that got life,
that may fly above the earth in the
only wicked people come up with things like, who was there first, the chicken or the egg, the bird or the egg, the bird. Was a child here first, or was adults here first? Adam and Eve, were they children?
Nah, it was grown.
They were grown, no neighbor. They were not born of a woman.
They didn't come out of a
They didn't come out. They didn't come out with that filth on them.
It was fashioned by God.
Everybody ever see? I saw a lot of my kids born.
Me too.
This is another heathen thing. You gotta be here. You gotta be here to see that. I ain't gotta be here.
No, you gotta be there.
I gotta teach that guy, that little dude, who God is.
That's it.
That's my job.
I
ain't gotta be there. Look, man. I saw that.
I was there.
My first time.
I was there though.
I said, oh.
I was there before.
Woo.
Yeah, I was there too.
I didn't know.
I was there too.
That's how we come out. I knew we came out.
It's crazy.
Yo.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Everything comes out.
It's crazy.
Enough respect.
Salute.
Enough respect to sisters.
Salute to mothers.
To giving birth.
All mothers.
That is a feat in itself.
Man, I can't do
Look, as painful as it is, as much as your lives be on the line, you still want to have a baby for him.
Word.
That's commendable. That's commendable. Because that's what the godly woman in the book was like that.
God equipped them.
That's what the concern was. And he equipped y'all with that.
Yeah, they equipped them.
Y'all handle that good. We will go crazy. We have a different patience and temperament than you guys. Guys equip women physically to take certain pains. Labor pain? You die behind these things.
Yeah, your life on the line.
Look,
Once you get pregnant, you put your life on the line.
look, I had an earache the other day. I ain't come out the bed. I ain't come out this room for 2 days.
Me too. Me too. And they're holding my head like this.
It's pain. But you can't couple that with what they're going to do.
No.
She said, son, she said, I held you in my womb for 9 months. One mother told her son, don't, in other words, what she said, look, man, I went through troubles. Sometimes you catch diabetes. You never had it before. You get pregnant, you get diabetes. You get this, you get high blood pressure. A lot of these things happen because it makes your body, you got another person in you being formed by God. While you walking, while you're eating, God got his fingers in there, forming that eye, forming his hand. That's why he look like his daddy. And, yeah. That's how God do it, man. He creates. But the breath of life was already pushed out. You ain't got to keep doing that individually. The forming and the shaping, he does that individually. So I commend women and sisters, for the job that God has given you. God has given you that job. You see, right or wrong?
Right.
How can man be fruitful and multiply? With other men? No.
Okay.
With a robot? No.
Okay.
With petri dishes and chemicals? No.
No.
Once we go off to the original way God made everything, we're following the world. Time shoot.
Talk about it.
And God created great whales and every living creature that moveth.
Everything that you would find in the waters, right? God made. He's not going to sit down and tell you every creature by detail. We will never get finished reading the chapter if he tell you every bird that's unclean. He told you the birds that are unclean and they're kind. That's 99% of the birds today. I did not see Abraham eat fowl.
Yeah, talk about it.
Okay,
Talk about it.
God told him to take pigeons and divide them. Remember,
Right?
and then he caused a horror to fall on him, and he went into a deep sleep. And that's when God showed him, "Yo, know of a surety, your children gonna be subservient to a people that I shall judge."
Other birds was coming to eat it. He had to keep.
Other birds was coming to eat it, and he blew them away. Look, he didn't eat those birds.
Other birds.
And I'm reading now, and I remember what my Abba said. He said, "Yeah, so." He said, "The only bird that God gave that I see they ate were quails. And they didn't eat it all throughout the Old Testament. There was a time
They didn't eat the eggs either.
Oh, no eggs. They didn't eat no
They
eggs.
eat the quail eggs.
They didn't
man.
eat no eggs. That's the embryo.
Scrambled eggs.
That's the embryo.
They didn't take the eggs.
Would you like somebody? See, reptiles and birds are related. Most birds come from reptiles. Okay? Since y'all want no science. They lay eggs. Just like reptiles. All reptiles lay eggs. Snakes lay eggs. Turtles lay eggs. Okay? Okay? A lot of amphibious animals lay eggs. Okay? Amphibious means that sometimes they're in the water, sometimes they're not. Right? I never seen nobody crack an egg and eat it. I never heard of scrambled eggs. No sunny side up. It's not in none of the offerings. It's not in the offerings. No omelets. I mean, they didn't put it in. And I noticed too, what we were saying. They put eggs in everything that's to be baked. You know why? Because these are not the people that sit there and need. Look. Even the cakes that they made to the Queen of Heaven was leavened because they was what? Kneading the dough. Whoa.
Uh-oh.
Those were bad cakes. But to make a cake, you gotta be leavened.
Okay.
Back then, in order to leaven, they need to knead it. And this said, I said, look at that.
Okay.
Even the cakes you ain't supposed to eat, they're leavened. How? By kneading. Okay. So it said great whales. These are fish. These are the biggest fish. Okay. Tanin Gadol. In here it says dinosaur, sea monster,
What verse is that?
dragon.
21, right?
21.
Yep.
Okay. But in reality, is every big fish that covers big giant fishes, sea monsters like the Leviathan. These are big giant creatures, man. Okay? And they're down there. God speak of it. God speak of the gills on Leviathan and the spikes and his eyes. God said, I got that. Look. He said, the only reason why he ain't moving is because of me.
Yeah.
If he moved, the earth is doomed.
Yeah.
Ain't no Godzilla. And he topping over buildings. If that guy got down there, get up and stand up, the earth is cracking. That's how big he is.
The fishes that was created back then is different.
It's
than
different
today.
now.
Oh, the
That's
sea
right.
monsters?
They're
Oh,
different.
that's
Right.
different than today.
They had
Oh, yeah.
monsters.
It ain't the same.
Crazy
Oh, yeah.
Dragon.
They're
Said
not the
dragons,
same.
said crazy on from the earth. These dragons and all these.
Dragons and all
Right.
these. Okay. We had a lot of animals that back then that are extinct now. Some of them God got hidden. He said he got this big, very big beast that take up a third of the earth. He calls him Enoch. He said this monster here I made for the land. And over the history of man, they talk about the abominable snowman, the Yeti. He said this big giant, it's not human. And they have sightings of it, and they can't get a good nobody can get a good picture of him. Because as soon as you move too quick. But there have been humans who confronted this thing and seen it. Yeah. But he moved out. But God had told him to hate himself. Okay? There's certain parts of this planet is not for man to inhabit. While I'm going to Alaska, where in certain parts of within a year, you get 6 months of nights. The sun doesn't come up around that part. To me, that sounds cursed. I don't want to be living in no habitat like that, man. Term sheet.
And God blessed him, saying, be fruitful and multiply, and fill the waters in the seas, and let fowls multiply in the earth. In the evening and the morning were the fifth day.
So when fowl, the birds, came out the waters. It says, God said, let the waters bring forth abundantly the moving creature that hath life. Okay? And fowl that may fly above the earth. Let's look up where it's sacred fowl. This is how you find out. Right? Fowl. Up. Like opposition. Up means fowl. Flying creatures.
Off.
Okay?
The peso feet.
Okay. Peso feet. Off. Like off. It says flying creatures. Fowl, which are birds. Insects, winged insects, all these things that fly around and got wings came from the waters. God commanded the waters to bring forth, let the waters bring forth abundantly. So that means it wasn't just one bird or one fish. Okay, they all came abundantly, more schools of fish. It filled up at one time, many at one time, whales coming out. Okay. And God saw this, and it was good. Verse 22.
And God blessed them, saying, be fruitful and multiply, and fill the waters in the seas, and let fowls multiply in the earth. In the evening and the morning were the fifth day. And God said, let the earth bring forth the living creatures at this kind, cattle and creeping thing and beasts of the earth at this kind. And it was so.
All beasts, all paws, all animals that got paws and claws that dwell on the earth. That sleep in trees, sleep in caves, dwell on the mountains, in prairies, okay, in the jungles. They came out from the earth. The earth brought them forth, okay? Creeping things. These are the insects that don't fly. All right? Worms and snails, all of this came up out the ground. All of it. And they came out alive. Tell you.
And God made the beasts of the earth after his kind, and cattle after their kind, and everything that creepeth upon the earth after his kind. And God saw that it was good.
Yeah.
And God said, let us make man in our image.
Okay.
After our likeness.
A lot of people like to say, who is God talking to? Right? The Christians say he's talking to Jake.
Yeah.
But every denomination and every religion gonna say that God was talking to their deity, which is false. In another book later on in the Old Testament, wisdom was speaking. And he talked about when he cried out in the dry places, the desolate places.
He said, before the earth was created, I was
there. He said before
wisdom.
He said before the earth. He said before the earth was created. I was there. I was there.
He said when God
right?
said the decree.
Look, so you know what that means, right? It was just him and God. Some people say it was angels, but no. It was him and God. He said, let us make man. Because angels didn't have nothing to do with that. They didn't have nothing to do with it. But wisdom was there. God said, well, I was there. God used me All right, to determine how far the sun should be from the earth. Y'all understand that now? God used wisdom to gauge the moon that has effect on the waters here, so it don't be too close or it don't be too far.
Burn the humans.
God, don't right, because it can't burn you. Look, man, I was walking in the street, the reflection of the sun from off a window, I felt the heat. And the sun is nowhere on me. You understand that?
Chief, forget the reflection from the window. Step outside and when the sun is shining, you feel the heat. And the sun is far from us.
God made it in wisdom. He said God used me when he set the boundaries, set these, set this, and set and that. Wisdom.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
So that's who with God when he said, let us make man in our image. Because wisdom speaks to man from a feminine form. Wisdom speaks like she's a female.
That's right.
If you read it,
Wisdom is feminine.
it speaks in a feminine. Every time you hear about wisdom or the godly men talk about wisdom, it's like it's a she.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Tongue she.
Let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowls of the air, and over the cattle.
So no.
Earth.
We ain't gotta go there. We know that. Look, God, we got eyes because God got eyes. He says eyes are 10,000 times brighter than the sun.
That's right.
All right. We know he got a nose because he loves the sweet savior.
Right.
He smell that smell all the way up there. You smell it. He like the smell.
Yeah.
And it calms him. So we know he got a nose. You all got an ear because he hear your thoughts before you were born. He heard you thinking before you were born. Okay. So we know he has a right hand. My right hand shall not spare the sinners. So there's something that God does with his right hand to sinners. That's not a good thing to sinners. He said, I won't spare. So he has a right, he has a left. He says he sits on the throne of righteousness.
Yeah, we are made in his image.
Okay, so we're made in his image. Okay? But we don't know what he looked like.
Right.
That's all. Okay? It talks about the locks of his hair. It talks about his robe.
Word.
Okay?
So about his eye.
Okay, yeah, 10,000 times brighter than the sun. So
Moses
we
so
we know that we all the stuff that we have.
So about his foot.
Okay.
So the earth is his footstool.
Yeah, it's because God has that. Tell you.
Talk about his name too. Don't mention it.
Yeah. I lost where you at? 26. Verse 26.
And God said, let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowls of the air, and over the cattle, and over the earth, and over every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth. So God created man in his own
You
image.
said now
In the image.
everything that we made here, we're gonna make man now. Man is gonna run everything here. He's gonna have the dominion. In order for God to give this guy the dominion, he's gonna make you scared. Y'all understand that? Whoever God gives the dominion to, everybody else got to be scared. That's how it goes. All right?
Explain something. I read it. He said, and it's true. A lot of people say it's anthropomorphic.
What? Oh.
When God said, make him in our image. That's why he's called I am that I am.
Right. He's the only one that could do that.
I will be.
No. He created man in his image. When you create that idol, you didn't create it. It was a piece of wood. Another part of that wood goes to the fire. Another part of that wood was used to build a house. Another part of that wood was used to build this or a tree. And then you took the scraps and made a carving out of it, and you call it God. How about that? Only God can create after his likeness and image.
Talk about
He can do that.
Talk about it.
God ain't no anthropomorphic.
And we're not idols.
That's right.
We're alive. I'm alive, man. I'm alive. I'm kicking and breathing. I got a force in me that God has put in me to animate me. So I'm not anthropomorphic. We're not cartoons. You know what anthropomorphic means? Something that's not alive that I make voices for. Okay? All right? Oh, the new cartoon, the new Disney movie, right? All those voices is not that cartoon. There are people in the booth that put voices to those things you see that are not alive. That's anthropomorphic. Cartoons, playing with toys, plays, okay? Theater.
Talk about it.
That's anthropomorphic.
It's sports.
Okay, sports, idolatry, puppets, muppets, ventriloquism. That's anthropomorphic. But God, this here is not.
You know who else is
Okay.
anthropomorphic? Your bald head. Not the back of your bald head.
It will always remind you of your bald head.
Fact. That's
Okay.
anthropomorphic. The
Okay.
bald head.
Look, while we were reading earlier, it said Jerusalem, let go of your hair. You understand? It didn't look, even in metaphor, we got hair. Even in metaphor, the city got hair.
Yeah.
All right?
Yeah.
The buildings got beards.
Right.
In metaphoric sense,
Right.
we got hair and beards. So where the bald head coming from?
Fruit. Look at your fruit. The hair of the fruit.
Jacob took a stone, made a pillow. You not doing that bald. You just got a fresh haircut. You not laying down on no stone or on a step. You're not gonna put your head there. It's too raw. Some shit.
And God blessed them, and God said unto them, be fruitful, multiply, and replenish the earth, and subdue it. And have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowls of the air, and over every living thing that moveth upon the earth. And God said, behold, I have given you every herb bearing seed which
He
is
said,
upon the
I
face
have
of all the
given
earth.
you every herb bearing seed. It's not a fruit. Those are greens. Greens that produce a fruit, we call a vegetable. That's what we call a vegetable.
It was herb, right?
But we never read the word vegetable. It says herb. Herbs, which are greens. Anything green that produces something edible. Okay? That's what we call vegetables today. All right? God said, I gave you vegetables, herbs, fruits with a seed in itself for food. At the end, when it said to you, it shall be for meat, that is a command. Meaning you are supposed to eat vegetables and fruits as your food. That's what we're supposed to be eating. That's why we get sick. That's why we can't think straight. That's why our kids come out messed up. That's why my woman can't have a good pregnancy. Because we are eating cursed food. Cursed. You know who's cursed? Us. Those people in the book. None of these people that serve God in the book is cursed. Watch your mouth. They are the examples. If we follow them, we will not be cursed. So none of them is cursed.
Adam wasn't cursed.
Go, I got you. Don't jump the gun on me, bro. I got it. Come on, let's go.
And God said, behold, I have given you every herb bearing seed which is upon the face of all the earth, and every tree in the which of the fruit of the tree yielding seed, to you it shall be for meat. And to every beast of the earth.
Go to the next chapter. Go down to it says, verse 3, and God blessed the seventh day and sanctified it, because in it he had rested from all his works, which God created and made. That's the reason why the Shabbat is incorporated. God did not create nothing. That's the only day. He created things every day except on the seventh day. So that seventh day is commemorated and memorialized and separated and hallowed and sacred as the Sabbath day. And in that, and because of that, we have rules to follow. We follow after the pattern of God. So on the seventh day, we don't work because creation is work. When God created, that was work. It said God ceased from all his work. The only thing God was doing was creating stuff. So creation also was work. And God didn't do that. He said, I'm not working today. God said that.
Yeah.
I didn't create nothing on this day.
Yeah.
I didn't bring nothing into existence on this day. Okay,
Yeah.
so everything got to be quiet and still.
Yeah.
So your spirit should be quiet and still today, and only roused to serve God, not against each other.
General.
All right,
Strike.
all right. It said these are the generations of the heaven and earth. We're gonna roll down to here we go, verse 7.
Genesis 2, verse 7.
Uh-huh.
And the Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground, and breathed into his nostrils.
This is
the
what
breath of
God
life.
used to make our organs. That's why when we die, we slowly return back to dust. Okay? That's right.
And the man became a living soul.
And that's when he became a living soul.
And the Lord God planted a garden eastward in Eden. And there he put the man whom he had formed. And out of the ground made the Lord God to
Eden,
grow every tree.
Eden is the Garden of Eden. Okay? The eastern part of that garden. Okay?
That garden was small, man.
Nah, man.
I feel like
And out of the ground made the Lord God to grow every tree.
It said the Lord God planted a garden, right? Eastward in Eden. That's why it's called the Garden of Eden. Okay. Eden. We don't know what Eden. Eden was a place back then.
It was a whole island.
And God put the
Probably
garden
bigger than the island.
in the east part of Eden. That's why it's called the Garden of Eden. The whole Eden wasn't in the garden. It was just that spot eastward. So we got to read this and start understanding, man. Go back to 1, 2, 3 ABCs. Go back to the Cat in the Hat and do book reports
And
so
stop
you
teaching
can
your son to
understand.
ball his head.
Shalom Aleichem.
Oh, Shamo.
They're ridiculous.
Shamo. Your bald head is a curse. Adam was a curse. I said the bald head is a curse. Adam was a curse.